Hello, Troy. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Right now I'm logged in on my phone because I was actually down the street from my house, but I'm almost home now. So then I'll switch over to my laptop.
Okay, will do. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you.
Well, good evening, everybody. How are you? Okay, thumbs up. All right. Mr. Quintana, good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Hi, Susan. Hi, Lene. Good to see you both.
Evening. Good to see you. I like the background.
You know, I'm advertising some of our backgrounds. So this one is got a lot of white in it, but when you take a look at the image, it's actually broken up. But when it gets onto Zoom, the white is really white. So it's just a little commercial.
Good evening. It's now 6:15 and it looks like we do have a quorum. So I'd like to call the meeting to order at 6:15 and would like to kick it off to Dr. Weeks for the Pledge of Allegiance.
My pleasure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Dr. Weeks. And can we please have roll call? Hello, can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Do we have somebody doing roll call tonight, or?
Amanda, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you guys.
Would you go ahead and go with roll call, please?
Susan Benjamin,
I'm here.
Louisa Stark, Lene Almy,
Present.
Elora Diaz,
Present.
Carmen Trujillo,
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Dr. Stark is here, and we received word earlier that Ms. Trujillo might be a little late.
Great, thank you for that update. Okay, well, can I please have a motion to adopt the agenda?
This is Lene Almy, so moved.
This is Susan Benjamin. I'll second it.
Is there any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Moving on to item A5.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the governing board, my updates are fairly brief. I want to acknowledge that 3 folks have been elected to the governing board for the next school year. Not to shine a light away from our current board members who've done fantastic work, but to acknowledge the new ones who are coming on board. And they are Jessica Bueno, Reginald Reggie Carrillo, and Dr. Alicia Fink. So we welcome them, or we will be welcoming them to the Phoenix L family come January. The second item is a acknowledgement and appreciation for all of those who worked so hard to move Prop 208 forward. This idea has been really 2 years in the making, much longer than 2 years, but really 2 years actively in the making. And this year we are strongly leaning towards passing Prop 208. Big round of applause for those who worked very hard to make that happen. And I say strongly leaning because that's the world we're in today. But we are at 96% of votes counted. And I believe that somewhere about 92, 93% they called it for Prop 208. So that's some fantastic news. And just a kind of a side note, I would like to recognize all of those folks who have been working in and around the elections offices, making sure they're honest, hardworking folks. Many of them are volunteers, to make sure that our votes have been counted, and I trust them implicitly. And I just want to take a moment to thank them for their hard work. It's yeoman's work, and it's important work, and I believe that they deserve the credit due. So with your permission, I'd like to give them also a round of applause for the things that they have done for our government and for our democracy. As we move in, as you will see later, our COVID numbers are looking rough, going in the wrong direction. And so we can never show appreciation enough for the folks on the front lines who are working in hospitals, our medical professionals, all of those who are working to keep us healthy, and those who are trying to keep us safe. So just again, showing that appreciation. When we talk about resilience here in the school district, we have to hang on. There's a lot of things that we do in public education that would define well for resilience, but I can only begin to imagine the level of resilience that our medical professionals must face every single day. So a sign of appreciation, acknowledgement, and recognition for them, I think, is well in order. So thank you to all of you who work in the medical field, keeping us safe. And finally, and I know some of these are spilling over into awards and recognitions, but finally, as for me, I'm looking for a bit of normalcy and looking forward to the road ahead. There's always going to be challenges, always. But when we do them in a collaborative and mutually respectful way, it makes all the difference. And so our national tone is very important, and without getting in any political stretch in any political direction, I'm just personally thankful that I believe that we will be moving towards some normalcy. And with that, I'm happy to move on to our agenda. Give me just a second here.
Dr. Weeks?
Yes, Mrs. Benjamin.
This is Mrs. Benjamin. I would just like to acknowledge that this is School Psychology Awareness Week.
Oh, yes, it is.
And I know that our school psychologists are working diligently to support our families and support our students through all of this. And we talk about resilience, and they support every one of the children and community members in our district. And I just want to shout out to them and give them a clap for all that they've done through this situation, through this pandemic. So thank you, school psychologists in Phoenix Elementary. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, school psychologists, especially the yeoman's work that you're doing these days. It's not easy to keep us all on track with the distance learning and everything else for students, staff, and just all of us. And our psychologists have just been very kind and gracious. So thank you very much. So, Madam Chair, I'd like to move on. And boy, we have a mouthful of awards, recognitions, and announcements tonight, don't we? First, I would like for us to congratulate the Bethune team for receiving an PBIS AZ Amazing Award. This award recognizes positive behavior and interventions is a PBIS. This award is an Arizona award. It's the Amazing Award, recognizes Bethune's support of their students, families, and community during these challenging times for using positive behavior interventions. So congratulations to the Bethune team. On Monday, November 2nd, the CNI team hosted asynchronous and synchronous professional learning sessions for teachers, with many of the synchronous professional learning sessions recorded for teachers to engage in during a time convenient for them. So we made this thing available as part of the advantages of the digital age. K-8 math teachers attended a professional learning session to support them in effective implementation of our board-adopted resources, Ready Math. Our reading assessment specialist and coordinator of federal programs hosted a session on 95% Group, which is a program of ours, and those materials focused on effectively using the phonics lesson library. Science teachers were offered a lesson on claim, evidence, and reasoning writing in the science classroom. The session was facilitated by our science curriculum alignment specialist. Our language acquisition team offered a session providing an overview of the alignment of the ELP standards, content standards. Our ELA curriculum alignment specialist offered a time for ELA teachers to creatively collaborate. This was an opportunity to share ideas for ensuring effective instruction in the distance learning environment. 6th through 8th grade science teachers were offered a session on how to maximize use of the digital resources available in our board-adopted instructional resource, Discover Experience. That's the name of the program. Our IEISs attended a session with our coordinator of assessment to dig into data protocol to analyze fall assessments, specifically Galileo fall assessment results. Finally, or I should say last but not least, our technology integration team offered a session focused on transitioning your Google Classroom for the new trimester. That's a boatload of professional development. And it was offered, and I want to give a big shout out for our CNI team and everybody involved who made these trainings possible as we continue to seek to get better in the world we live in today. So thank you very much, CNI team. Next, Phoenix One was the recipient of a significant donation of toiletries and perishable items from American Family Insurance and Procter & Gamble. A special thanks is extended to former Emerson student and American Family employee Art Castro. We know Art, don't we? And his desire to give back to the community where he grew up. 43 pallets of supplies were donated to help families in Phoenix Elementary and the Isaac School District. A big shout out goes to the Emerson and Whittier staffs, our social workers, as well as countless volunteers from Emerson Court who volunteered to assemble bags to distribute to families. All in all, 2,000 bags were assembled in a day and a half to benefit Phoenix #1 families. This donation collectively is valued at $210,000, and Phoenix One received a portion that was shared between 3 school districts in Phoenix. In addition, American Family Insurance paid for the $7,000 shipping expense to have the truckload of supplies transported from Ohio to Phoenix. A special thanks is also extended to Principal Lodato at Emerson School for working with Family Insurance, American Family Insurance, to make this donation a reality for our families. The supply bags will be delivered to families in need over the next week. Wow. Can you imagine? That's huge. And given to our families who need them. Very cool indeed. Very nice. Next up, Lowell School held a Halloween drive-through, I should say, during their weekly tech support, materials pickup, and food distribution on Wednesday, the 28th of October from 3 to 5 p.m. as a way to connect with families. Families got to see some of their favorite Lowell staff members decked out in Halloween costumes, and the students received Halloween treat bags of candy donated and prepared by staff. More than 300 students stopped by the school to trick or treat in our own kind of new way. What a fun way to celebrate, connect, and engage students and parents during our school closure. Hey, Halloween never ends, right? We just keep going. The gift of giving never ends. Nice time of year to be doing that. Next up, Dr. Ruth Wiley, Associate Research Professor in the Mary Lou Fulton Teachers College at Arizona State University, is conducting a research study with Herrera 7th and 8th grade students to determine how to improve student help giving in collaborative learning experiences across multiple technologies. The online study will last for approximately 1 hour each day after school, Monday to Friday, for 3 weeks. During the study, students will be using ASU's digital textbook platform to interact with multimedia content, provide feedback to other students' work, and participate in online video discussions. ASU will provide Chromebooks and all essential materials to students along with a gift card for sessions attended. Who would like to see a follow-up on exactly what happened and how that played out? I know I would. I think we'll kind of check in with Herrera and see how all that goes. So that's it for me. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Victor Diaz to help congratulate our STAR Special Thanks and Recognition Award winners for tonight. Dr. Diaz, are you out there?
Sure am. Thank you, Dr. Weeks, Madam President, members of the board, members of administration, and members of our wonderful community. It's my honor to recognize our October winners of our Special Thanks and Recognition Award. This is an award that recognizes the positive impact of our staff members, and it's also those who go above and beyond for our students, for our schools, and for our community. The October winners were selected from 2 schools, Emerson Elementary, as well as Shaw Montessori. And we'll get started with Shaw Montessori. Our first STAR Award winner from Shaw Montessori is Jennifer Hawkins, the IEIS at Shaw. Ms. Hawkins supports Shaw with testing and technology, and she stepped up and proven herself during this pandemic. She does everything with a grace and a smile. She never complains. She always remains calm. She's always thoughtful, and she's always warm. She's showing herself as a leader during these unique times. When the staff was asked to describe her, 3 words they used were calm, reliable, and reflective. Many congratulations to Ms. Hawkins. I believe you're with us right now, Ms. Hawkins. Would you like to take a moment and share some words with us?
I just want to say thank you so much. It's an honor to be a part of this wonderful community.
Congratulations, Ms. Hawkins. Our next Star Award winner from Shaw Montessori is Holly Ruiz, an instructional assistant at Shaw. Holly is such a hard worker. She's always positive. She's a tremendous asset to our children and to our community. She's a shining example of a team player. And when the team was asked to describe her, the words they used were thoughtful, pleasant, and dedicated. Many congratulations, Ms. Holly Ruiz. I believe Ms. Ruiz was with us earlier. Yes, you're still here, Holly. Would you please share some words with us?
I just want to thank you guys for recognizing me. I'm happy to award or not. I'm happy at my job and being with the Phoenix Elementary community. And Jennifer and I were in the same classroom for several years.
Sorry, Ms. Ruiz, I think you broke up there just a bit, but at the very end, I think you said that you and Ms. Hawkins were in the same classroom. What fortunate students and families to have been in your presence in that classroom. Ms. Ruiz, Ms. Hawkins, you both represent not only Shaw Montessori very well, but our entire community of leaders and learners, and congratulations again. Our other Star Award winners come from Emerson Elementary. The first one is Miss Rebecca Glenn. She's a 4th grade teacher over at Emerson. Miss Glenn goes above and beyond for all of her students and their families. She makes an effort to develop a trusting and respectful relationship with each student, and she advocates tirelessly for the children in her class. She's a pleasure to work with and eagerly collaborates with many teachers throughout the school to provide outstanding instruction for her students. When the team was asked to describe her, some words they used were hardworking, flexible, and caring. I do not believe that Ms. Glenn is with us today, but we send her and her family our congratulations and our thanks. And our final award winner for tonight is the social worker at Emerson, Ms. Bernadette Duguay. Bernadette shows compassion and cares for everyone at Emerson, and that is what keeps them strong and connected. She checks in regularly with staff to see how everybody's doing, and if there's anything she can do to support staff or students. No matter how busy she is, she always makes time to help people in need. She regularly reaches out to family members to see if they are needed anything, such as food, Christmas presents, or support groups. The families, the students, and the employees that she helps every day know the impact she has on them is priceless. Some of the words that the team used to describe Bernadette were compassionate, empathetic, strong-minded, dedicated, and tireless. Ms. Duguay was with us earlier. I think she was having some connection issues, so she's not with us now. But once again, we share our thanks and our recognition to Ms. Duguay as well as Ms. Glenn over at Emerson Elementary School. And with that, for folks that are watching, for the families of these wonderful Star Award winners, Ms. Hawkins, your family, Ms. Ruiz, your family, and the families of Ms. Glenn as well as Ms. Duguay at Emerson, we thank you. You share your loved ones with us in their evenings, in their weekends, in their holidays. And we appreciate your support of them so that they can support our students. And Dr. Weeks, that concludes our Star Award winners for the month of October.
Thank you, Dr. Diaz. Appreciate it as always. And we'll just flip
Dr.
from
Weeks,
Dr. Diaz to another Dr. Diaz. Yes, Ms.
This
Benjamin.
is Susan Benjamin. I would just like to thank you for allowing the Star Award winners to have a chance to say something. I know it's hard to get pictures when everybody's kind of home and being protected, and it's really nice to hear from them. So thank you.
Thank you for saying. And for those of you who don't know, the Star Award winners was the brainchild of Mrs. Benjamin many years ago. So thank you, Mrs. Benjamin, for bringing this initiative forward a long time ago. It took off like wildfire, and it's been going strong ever since. And we'll continue to get better during this pandemic in how we, I think I just saw Bernadette, Dr. Diaz. So you want to give her another opportunity to say something really quickly?
Yes, Ms. Duguay, your ears must have been burning. We were just recognizing your hard work over at Emerson, and many congratulations on the Star Award. And we'd like to see if you could share some words with our community.
Okay. Well, first, I'm humbled and honored to receive this award because I know every staff member at Emerson, as well as throughout all of our schools, are really working very hard and diligently every single day. So I really feel humbled that I earned this and received this. So thank you. And I left because I'm in the middle of the Teen Court Youth Summit, which is tonight. So I'm trying to bring back Teen Court again, which we started last year at Emerson. So, and I'm also going to bring back No Place for Hate at our school, which we started last year and received that recognition. So I'm just doing my job.
We do really well, Bernadette. Thank you.
So Dr. Weeks, this is Susan Benjamin again, and I appreciate that nod for me. I do, but I just want to speak to Bernadette because, and not to negate all the other people who have done wonderful things in their schools, but my mentee went to school at Emerson, and Bernadette was really involved with her, and she did some just great things to support my student and I'm sure all the students there, but I just want to acknowledge that. So thank you, Bernadette, for all your work. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Weeks, Dr. Diaz, for the awards and recognition, and congratulations again to our Star Awards winner. With that, we will go ahead and move on to our community communications, and we will set the time at 3 minutes. And just as a reminder to our community, we absolutely value your input. We are not permitted to comment, but this is something that we are taking notes and considering and can address at the end of the meeting. So with that, we will go ahead and begin.
Okay, the first comment is from Aaron Furix. Good evening, governing board members and cabinet. This is Aaron Furix, co-president of PECTA, speaking on behalf of the association. First, I would like to give a big congratulations to the newly elected board members. We know and saw the hard work each of the candidates put into running for office and can tell the dedication you already have to our students and families. PECTA looks forward to working with you in the future. One of the items I would like to speak on tonight is item F3, receive and discuss pathways of success, high performance, and student success update. As a member of the committee, I look forward to working towards a more sustainable and better future for our school district. As you will see tonight, the committee is bringing every option to the table, short and long term. Everything that I would like to bring to the attention of the board is in will directly impact teachers and staff will feel if many of these options are sought in one school year. As you are aware from the last board meeting, teachers' performance-based compensation is unclear at the moment. If teachers are going to see a cut in pay, we must be careful about seeing a cut in additional benefits such as insurance. This would be a double hit if teachers are being asked to pay for insurance and reduce PBC all in 1 year. I would also like to bring the attention to agenda I1, request approval for superintendent's performance-based pay for 2019 to 2020 school year. If teachers are going to see any impact on their performance-based compensation, then that should be felt throughout the district from top to bottom. I would also encourage the board to think about the cost of living on the teacher's salary. Any percentage cut to the teacher is going to be felt dramatically, and cut the administrator's larger salaries should be adjusted based on the cost of living. It is important that we see the impact of sustainability at all levels of our district. Thank you for your time, Aaron Furix. And
Amanda, was that our only card today?
no, we have one more.
Okay.
The second one comes from Jay Barbuto. Good evening, President Diaz, members of the board, Dr. Weeks, and members of cabinet. My name is Jay Barbudo, and I'm a proud co-president of PECTA. Tonight, I'd like to talk to everyone about service. As we transition from the current governing board to the new governing board, we as PECTA would like to take a minute to thank the following people for their service to this district. To Ms. Lene Almi, thank you so much for your tireless work when it comes to serving our community and students. As a teacher, you know the struggles that educators go through on a daily basis, and you use that struggle to help shape the guidance policy for our students and staff. We will never forget you being down at Capitol in the spring of 2018, supporting not only as a board member, but as a colleague in the fight for a better public education. Thank you for everything. Ms. Susan Benjamin, when PECTA leadership changed after the strike of 2018, you were the first board member that met with us and talked about the future for our district. We really appreciate that then and still appreciate it now. Your constant defending and advocacy of special education students and their educators is going to be sorely missed in the district. We are certain that the fight won't stop just because you are no longer on the board. Thank you. To Dr. Louisa Stark, your community work in Phoenix throughout the years has been admirable. Dr. Stark, you've been a part of the district for so many years, and your advocacy, especially for the homeless, financially unstable, and immigrant families, is commendable. You advocated for these people years before it was the in thing to do. Dr. Starks, you did it because it was right. The community of Phoenix Elementary will forever be thankful for your activism, solidarity to you in all of your future endeavors. To our new board members, Jessica Bueno, Reggie Carrillo, and Alicia Vink, welcome. Congrats to your victories in November. Ms. Bueno, we look forward to using your strengths as a community activist, a small business owner, and neighborhood leader to further improve the education of our kiddos in Phoenix L. Ms. Carrillo, teachers get the job done, always. We can't wait for another educator on our board. We can't wait to have another educator on our board. Thank you for running, and we look forward to seeing you shine. Dr. Vink, mothers always know best, and we are excited to see this Mama Strong advocating for the best possible educational outcome for the kids and the staff of this district. We look forward to continuing to make this district the strongest district in the city of Phoenix. Thank you and good night. And that was the last one.
Thank you, Amanda. With that, ending on a positive note, we will move on to item D. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
This is Lene Almi, so moved.
Do I have a second?
Madam Chair, I believe Dr. Stark is muted.
Dr. Stark, are you seconding that? You are, okay. I can see. Dr. Stark, did you second that?
Yeah, yes, I did. I seconded.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Is there any discussion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That the motion passes, and we'll move on to item E.
I'm sorry, Dr. Diaz, did you say item E?
Yes.
Okay. I apologize. Okay. The C&I team is happy to present our fall assessment data. Prior to presenting our fall assessment data to the board, we came to the realization that we have shared data many times with the board. However, we have not provided a context for that data. We haven't explained why we collect the data that we do, how we collect the data, what data do we collect. So we want to share first that context, that why and that how. So that we don't go on and on and on, because we are very passionate about our role in the school district. We would request, if it's okay with the board, that we do this in chunks, and that after we share our why and our what, that you have an opportunity to ask questions and comment. Does that sound okay to the board?
That sounds fine.
Okay, thank you. All right. Let me share my screen. Oh boy. Okay, our presentation is focused on the strategic plan goal of we will ensure every student we serve is achieving academic success. We wanted to share with the board and with our community that we believe that the C&I team is the core of why schools exist. We are a learning organization. Our purpose is to educate students so that they can be their very best and make the world a better place in the future. And we take that role very seriously. That is not to say that we can do our work without operations. Our operations colleagues are vital to our mission of student success. We need the technology in order for our students to learn. We need safe and clean facilities. So we highly value our operations team, but we do believe that we are the core of why schools exist. And we believe that our purpose is threefold. We are here as a C&I team to provide critical support, as well as systems and structures in specific areas of expertise to help our schools improve outcomes for each and every one of our students. As Dr. Weeks celebrated earlier, we have C&I team Mondays, C&I professional learning Mondays, 7 times throughout the school year. And each of those Mondays gives us a chance to support our teachers to grow and improve in a specific area. So our math curriculum alignment specialist facilitates math training. Our science curriculum alignment specialist facilitates science training, technology, etc. We support, monitor, and evaluate the effective implementation of the strategic plan and curriculum audit recommendations. There are 12 curriculum audit recommendations, and most of those fall under the responsibility of the C&I team, and the strategic plan and those recommendations are always in the forefront of our minds as we make strategic decisions to ensure our students are learning. This one is extremely important. We want our teachers and our school leaders to be able to focus on the needs of the students in front of them. So we decrease the burden and serve as a buffer to schools by becoming experts on federal, state requirements and compliance issues. And in normal times, there are many federal, state requirements and compliance issues that we navigate and comb through in order to best support our district, our schools, our school leaders, and our teachers so that they can focus again on the students in front of them. Since the pandemic, that has become even greater. There's many more requirements to navigate, many more compliance issues, many more I's to dot, many more T's to cross. Our curriculum alignment model is the foundation or the base of everything that we do. Our curriculum alignment model states that our written curriculum is aligned to our tested curriculum, which is aligned to our taught curriculum. So our written curriculum is designed to support our students to learn the standards, and our state test is aligned to those standards. So we design our written curriculum to meet the standards of that state test. That doesn't mean that we are teaching to the test. That means we are teaching the standards so that our kids are successful to move on to the next grade, and to be successful in life. Our taught curriculum, our instruction, our delivery of our written curriculum is aligned. And then it is also aligned to our tested curriculum. So this is our foundation of all the work that we do. This is in the forefront of our mind. The assessment data that we get allows us to evaluate, is our written curriculum paced accurately? Is it sequenced accurately? I'm going to turn this slide over to Dr. Brown to talk about goal setting, progress monitoring, and assessing.
Thank you, Dr. McLaughlin, and good evening, board members. So I want to echo and connect what Dr. McLaughlin said about the written, taught, and tested curriculum. That's all part of what we refer to as a dynamic pedagogy. When we talk assessment, whether it's a formative, a quick check-in, or large-scale assessment, no matter what type of assessment it is, our students should never feel surprised or blindsided by what's happening, because everything that we're doing should always be in a constant cycle of, we look at the data, we use it to guide some of our instructional practices, we look at the data, we use it to guide our instructional practices, so that assessment just becomes a part of what we do rather than the extra thing that we do later on. So the assessment piece is a yes and, not its own separate category. So we know that we have to establish clear goals, that we have to monitor our progress, and we really have to know where our students are at any given moment. If we don't have those measurable targets, and if students don't know what they're aiming for, then how do we know we've made it? So that's why we have these goals, is so that we can monitor that growth and also that achievement, because those aren't always the same thing. Doug Fisher, who I jokingly refer to as my best friend, but I'm going to surprise you all one day. I'm just going to read his quote from one of his most recent podcasts or webinars. When you move to higher levels of engagement, where kids drive the learning, where they set their goals and they monitor progress and they reflect on what they've been learning, that's when we see them show up and participate. We've talked a lot about what can we do to get kids to show up? How do we increase attendance? But I think we're ready to go a step further and say, how do we get them to show up and participate in meaningful ways, so that the teacher's having more fun teaching? It was always more fun for me if students wanted to be there, but also so that the students are feeling more successful, and they have some checkpoints along the way to measure whether or not they're getting it. So as long as we are using all of our assessment measures, whether they're classroom-based, formative, snapshots, district-based assessments, or AZM2, no matter what the level, we are encouraging and looking forward to connecting the dots with and for our teachers, so that we know where our students, where are they going, did they get there? If not, how do we change course a little bit to monitor them, to make sure that whatever we do does get them where they need to go. I'm going to pause right there because I know I'll talk all night, and I'm going to tag off to Sherry Zeeb to talk a little bit, but I'm happy to answer questions at the end.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Madam President, board members, Dr. Weeks, community, I'm so happy to be here. I'm just going to tell you a little bit about what the schools do to set their goals. So the schools have something called the School Integrated Action Plan, and that is a requirement of the state. And they work really hard to complete this big process that's in front of them. So federal programs really support schools in meeting these requirements and meeting student needs. But I wanted to tell you the why behind goal setting. So I thought, most importantly, goal setting plays an important role in what we do in Title I. And the main reason we set goals is simple. We set goals to focus our efforts to ensure increasing student achievement. So ensuring equity is at the heart of our efforts, right? We are focused on ensuring equity for all of our students. So goal setting plays a critical part in planning to improve student achievement. In addition, under Title I and the Every Student Succeeds Act, we are required to set goals and create an integrated action plan that is detailed and focuses on improving our instruction to meet the needs of all of our students. So goal setting and the SIOP, how? This is a rigorous process that the schools have to go through. It is lengthy and it's a lot of work, but they're up to the challenge. So schools are required to analyze their data, and usually we analyze the data of AZ Merit or AZM2 at the beginning of the year to set goals for our students. However, this year, due to COVID, we don't have those assessments data, so we're going to be using our Galileo pre-assessment data, and setting goals to see how they progress by the end of the year on the Galileo post-assessment. So principals and their leadership teams, they work together to identify areas of student need to help strategically plan for student success. So they set goals aimed at helping all the children meet the state academic standards. In front of you, you have a template of the goals that they are required to set. The first one is an overall student achievement. So they look at the ELA and the math scores that they have, and they set an overall, we think we can increase by this much by the end of the school year. We really want to increase student scores. The second goal, these are required by the state. So the second goal is an ELA proficiency goal. And really they look at their ELA scores, how their students are doing, where they want their students to be. The same with the math proficiency goal. They want to, they look at the data, and they work really hard to determine how they want their students to progress, and they set a goal for the end of the year of where they want their students to be. All students goal 4, we set that goal in our district because we really want to focus on third graders ELA scores. So third grade is really important because our students have to be reading at grade level by the end of third grade, or they are not promoted to fourth grade. So it's really important that we focus on this as one of our goals, and we really look at that data and think where we need to get our kids to be. Then our D schools, so we have 4 D schools in our district, and they are required to submit a science goal. And this year, due to COVID, we do not have an assessment that relates to the new science standards that the state set. So we are excused from having that goal this year due to COVID-19. And then the last goal they're required to set is based on targeted support and improvement schools. We have 11 of our 12 Title I schools that are identified as targeted support and improvement schools. And they are identified by subgroups if they have a subgroup that's performing in the bottom 5% of the state. So 11 of our schools have students with disabilities as their identified subgroup. And so they are required to set goals based on how they want their subgroup to progress by the end of the school year. And then we have 1 school that is identified in the English learner subgroup, and they focus on the English learner subgroup scores for their school. So they are really required to focus on what they're going to do with their subgroups to help them meet those goals. So these schools use these goals to plan. They write a detailed plan that includes strategies and action steps focused on meeting individual student needs. Strategies and action steps are the roadmap to how schools intend to improve student achievement. How are they going to provide instruction? They need to detail that out and meet the need of individual students. The plan consists of strategies and action steps that include monitoring student growth, progress monitoring, and benchmark assessments. And their plans also include ways that they're going to include families in the community in the educational process and help students transition from preschool to kinder and 8th grade to high school. The importance of goals. Schools are required to revisit their SIOPs at least quarterly, where they will analyze data to assess student progress towards meeting their goals. This is so important. So they have to look at their data at the quarter, and they have to decide what's working, what's not working. They need to look at their strategies and action steps and make changes. Take out the action steps and strategies that aren't working, write new ones, and try to meet the needs of their kids based on what they're seeing in the data. And so now I will move on when reading. So the Move On When Reading is a state law that requires students to be reading at grade level by the end of 3rd grade, or they will not be promoted to 4th grade. There are exceptions to this law, such as students with an identified disability and students identified as having dyslexia. Schools are required to write a yearly Move On When Reading plan for K-3 ELA. So in front of you, you see an example of one of the Move On When Reading plans that we submit every year to the state. So there are 5 areas that we focus on when writing our plans. The first is the core reading program. So districts are required to have evidence-based core reading curriculum that they use with their students for ELA. Most of our schools use Benchmark Advance, and Shaw Montessori uses the Montessori curriculum for reading. Schools are required to show that they teach ELA for a minimum requirement of minutes, and all of our schools exceed the required minutes, and most of our schools are teaching ELA for about 120 minutes a day. We also note that we have a full day kindergarten program. So Title I pays for the afternoon program, and that is because we want to lengthen the instruction time of our students and ensure that they're able to meet, to make the progress they need to by 1st grade. And then the second tab that we have to write about is intervention. What are we doing in intervention? We have Tier 2 and Tier 3 instruction, and most of our schools are using the 95% group Walk to Read program. It's a small group reading instruction where kids are able to be grouped by their abilities, and they receive extra instruction 30 minutes each day, 5 days a week. We also report on our assessment. We have to have a universal screener. In our district, we use AimsWeb Plus as our universal screener, and that really helps us identify at the beginning of the year which students are really going to be struggling with reading. And then we are required to have a diagnostic screener. And the diagnostic screener we use is the 95% group diagnostic screener. And it really helps us identify the specific skills that readers are struggling with. We also use the 95% screener to progress monitor our students and to make sure that our readers are making progress and that they're gaining the skills they need to. Our schools, additionally, they are required to write a narrative regarding their professional development. What type of professional development do they provide for their K-3 teachers for reading and ELA? So most of our schools provide in-house training from the reading interventionist and their leadership teams to support their K-3 teachers. But we also provide 95% group consultant support. They come in and they do peer coaching for teachers. They have feedback sessions for teachers. We also have district CTMs where Benchmark Advance comes in and completes some training with teachers to help them use the core reading curriculum. And then our district leaders have also provided AimsWeb Plus training. So that's been good. And then the final requirements that we are supposed to submit is each school needs to submit a schedule of their K-3 reading block. And they do that to show that they are really fulfilling the requirements. And then we are required to submit the Move On When Reading letters. Move On When Reading, the law requires that we send home 2 letters a year. The first letter talks about the Move On When Reading law and the fact that students may be retained at the end of 3rd grade if they are not reading on grade level. The second Move On from Reading letter that we send home is basically a letter that we share with parents at conference time. We use this letter to talk about student reading struggles, how they're progressing, the possibility of retention if we need to discuss that, and then what parents can do at home to help their readers get better. So then the last thing we have to do is identify the strategies that we will use for students who are not promoted to third grade. So we do that, we can do that through summer school, reading intervention before or after school, or providing small group reading instruction additional to what they already receive in the classroom. So in a nutshell, that's Move On from Reading. So I would like to turn things over to Student Services Director, Alicia Zalvis. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, esteemed board members, Dr. Weeks, and members of the community. As we discuss individualized education plans and students with disabilities, we have to remember that my colleagues here have already been discussing this group of students. When we talk about all kids achieving proficient scores in ELA and math, we're talking about all kids, our kids with disabilities included. As you can see, we have targeted support improvement goals for our students with disabilities. And IEP goals are, the way we address IEP goals in PhoenixL are just another layer to that and how we align with student assessments in our district. So IEP goals are aligned with the grade level standards and student deficits based not just on their multidisciplinary evaluations when they're first identified or as eligible for having special ed services, but also their most recent benchmark data. And so our special educators are using that benchmark data that we cover and those improvement goals to measure their IEP goals and also to make considerations at IEP meetings on what our students need to improve or where they need to close those gaps. We're also progress monitoring for student IEP goals, which is set at a higher frequency. So when our students are working on their IEP goals, the special educators they're monitoring that progress on a weekly, monthly basis, more than what you would measure in a Galileo or state standardized test. And based on those individual student needs and the specific goals identified, those are supporting those targeted support improvement areas. Also, our resource inclusion teachers, they continue to support a co-teaching environment through the distance learning model to implement IEP goal instruction, accommodations, and modifications of students that are missing core content, instruction, and assessment. So we're doing what we can to support our teachers to allow students to continue to access the core curriculum and providing that support in the classroom. Even if they're not there physically, they're still there virtually, supporting and providing accommodations, collaborating with the teachers. They're also this year engaging in the same core curriculum training as their general education colleagues. That way they can master and understand the curriculum that's being taught and work their craft to help close those gaps by knowing more about the curriculum and the content, so they can address IEP goals that are more appropriate for closing the gap, providing progress, and working toward those targeted support goals.
And I'm going to fill in for Dr. Brown. She's having some unstable internet issues. So Dr. Alshire, we'll pass this one over to you.
Good evening. President Diaz, Superintendent Weeks, esteemed board members, and to our PhoenixL community. I'm very, very happy to be here with you this evening. I feel very fortunate in my role because a lot of what I'm going to be talking about are two different initiatives that really tie a lot of what is already being discussed by my hardworking colleagues all together. One of the ones that is the most exciting for me to be a part of and to help support, excuse me, is our district collaborative team meetings. This is actually a program that we've had for some time. It is part of our meet and confer agreement, which took, and our first DCTM took place actually in July of 2019. The goal of the DCTMs is to train and empower our Phoenix L teachers to provide them, to have them provide practical, relevant, and meaningful professional development to their colleagues. It is a way for us from a grassroots angle to really empower and support our teachers to really address a lot of the things that was just discussed in regards to the written, taught, and assessed curriculum, as well as the dynamic pedagogy mentioned by Dr. Brown. This is a professional development that happens 7 times over the course of the year. For 3 hours at a time. So this is our teachers leading professional development with their colleagues for 3 hours at a time, a huge feat in its own right. Before they do that, I have the pleasure of meeting with them, and we go over specific goals related to the 4 questions that drive professional learning communities. These include: what do we want? What do we need students to learn? How will we know students are learning or what they have learned? What will we do when they haven't learned? And this is in terms of interventions. And then what will we do when they've already learned it? That is always the area of enrichment. A lot of what we're doing right now is focusing on making sure we understand the curriculum and in its written and assessed form, and then being able to have meaningful conversations around common informative assessments that our teacher leaders are help guiding their colleagues to implement, so that meaningful conversations around student data can be had to improve or change or adapt our instruction to meet the diverse needs of our students throughout. It is a continual cycle of professional development, a continual cycle of critical reflection for our teachers. And I can't say enough about the DCTM facilitators, which are Phoenix L teachers and staff who have really stepped forward over the course of the year to make this commitment to lead 21 hours of professional development, not to mention all of the hours that we put on the side in terms of training. So we are truly fortunate to have their support, and it helps define the greatness of our district. The other program that I am equally passionate about, if not more so, is on the next slide. I promise it is there. There we go. So this is our multi-tiered system of support. I could literally spend the rest of the night talking to you about this particular topic. But needless to say, MTSS is our collective response to students who need additional intervention and our data-driven individual goal development in academics, behavior, and social emotional supports. But what I really want to emphasize with MTSS is a lot of the work that's done to change the perception of what this program is. It's really a program for all students to really capture what all students need in order to be successful at their own individual levels. I just got done with the 2nd round. This is now the 4th day of training that we have as part of the ADE cohort with our MTSS facilitators. And it was just a hugely inspiring and productive work session for 2 days, along some of our biggest advocates of social justice and student advocacy in our district. And so I'm obviously still, very excited from 2 days of training. But that being said, I want to also give a huge shout out to Lauren Ashmore. This is one of the huge projects that came out of it. As we all know, we are currently trying to do the very best we can for our students in an incredibly challenging environment. One of those is being able to properly really identify the students that need the most support. And through her absolute phenomenal use of technology, she was able to create a very unique resource for our teachers. It is our MTSS referral form that is completely virtual, online, through Google Forms. So what we essentially did was we took the MTSS referral form that the district used and turned it into an online form. And all of our MTSS facilitators now have the ability to receive referrals for students that we believe may be having difficulties in academics, socio-emotional, or behavioral issues. Attendance being one of those areas definitely that we're looking at and trying to support our students. And this is going to really streamline not only our ability to get supports, but it creates equity within our district so that students themselves can be able to access these supports. And that is a huge, huge goal that we have for our MTSS program, is not only academic support and academic success for all of our students, but also ensuring that there is equity in how support is identified and allocated to our students, no matter what school they're at. And we believe by really strong district-wide systems, we are getting closer to that with every time our team meets. So again, want to give a huge shout out to my incredible MTSS facilitators, who are truly an inspiring group of individuals. And if you ever need an opportunity to be in a meeting with some individuals that will really remind you why we got into the profession that we're in, I would love to invite you to one of our MTSS meetings. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alshire. This is a clip of our distance learning plan, just a piece of that template that ADE provided and required schools to complete without any variance. And per the governor's executive order, we were to submit the distance learning plan prior to the first day of school, which we did in order to receive funding. So in this distance learning plan, and I know this is small and you can't see the distance learning plan, this particular page and the next page is provided in your board packet. A piece of the template was for us to identify our instructional methods, our content delivery, and how we will monitor students in the 4 core areas, the 4 core subject areas being math, ELA, social studies, and science. And you can see on this template that we had to identify our formative assessment strategies and the frequency that those would occur, and as well as our summative assessment strategies and frequency. And then the next slide is a clip of our benchmark assessments. Finally, our teachers use assessments to inform their lessons when they write lesson plans. Our learning observation instrument has 6 different rubrics, and one of those rubrics is the formative assessment rubric, and you see a clip of that rubric right here. It has descriptors that range from a score of a 1, all the way up to a 5 for 3 different elements. And the elements in the formative assessment rubric include real-time assessment, student progress, and correct level of difficulty. So teachers are talking to their principals or their IEIS during their pre-conference about the real-time assessments that they've chosen to administer during the lesson and at the end of the lesson, and the correct level of difficulty of those assessments for their children. And then in the post-conference, teachers converse with their LOI evaluator about student progress in that lesson. Did the students grow? Did the students master the objective? And what percentage of them did? I'd like just to read to you the purpose statement for the formative assessment rubric. It says that the formative assessment rubric is designed to support teacher understanding and implementation of real-time during and end of lesson assessment as a strategy to monitor learner progress and to guide ongoing planning and instruction. Effective teachers use real-time assessments. They're at the correct level of difficulty, aligned to standards-based objectives. There's that alignment model again, and engage learners in demonstrating knowledge and skills. In addition, the effective teacher articulates and documents progress that learners have made in relation to the observed lesson objective. So thank you for allowing us to provide an overview of the why and the how we use these assessments, most importantly, to ensure that we're meeting our students' learning needs. Before we turn it over to Mr. Lloyd to share with you our fall assessment data, are there any questions about what's been presented thus far?
Dr. McLaughlin, I have a few different questions. So I would like,
Benjamin, I also have some questions.
So I would like to know, so it seems like we have a lot of different layers of support that were presented here today. As a former classroom teacher, I remember having a lot of these tools that were available, but I also remember not having the systems in place that supported me in effectively implementing these tools and understanding how to leverage or view the data, analyze the data, or similarly with these rubrics, like truly understanding how to improve and perfect my teaching. And so I'm interested in understanding how the district takes these supports and really bridges that gap and supports the teacher in this, because it's one thing to have this, which I think you guys are doing a phenomenal job in the systems you are creating to have this support. But I want to understand, like, how are we standardizing the process of incorporating teacher voice and what they need with this?
I think that's there's multi-layers, as you noted, to that response. I think the best example is our district CTMs, where teachers are learning from one another. We know that learning is social, and teachers, adults need to be together in order to learn, as well as students need to be together to learn. We need that engagement, that talk, that dialogue. And I think the best example of what you're asking about occurs during our district CTMs, which have been in place for quite a long time. And we are perfecting those thanks to the leadership of Dr. Alshire. So at those DCTMs, teachers are using those common formative assessments that you saw listed on our distance learning plan, and they're engaging in dialogue about how those inform their instruction. As far as Galileo is the big picture. It's the standards. There are many different ways to use Galileo. Mr. Lloyd, our coordinator of accountability and assessment, will be providing additional PD. Our principals also provide PD on how to use Galileo. Ames Web Plus, Nicole Dillon is our reading assessment specialist. She meets with any teacher that wants to meet with her about how to use that data. She also supports, along with Nadine Gafania, the implementation of the 95% group screeners. So there is lots of individual support available to teachers. All they have to do is ask. But I would say that community, that collaboration, really the best example of that comes through the DCTMs.
Thank you. And I do have
I'm sorry, Dr. Diaz, can I add a little bit more before I forget? Because I think something I'm really excited about that also speaks to your question is the semi-restructuring that we did within our district during an already difficult time of transition. And so by bringing Dr. Alshire on board and bringing Brant Lloyd in an assessment and having everyone be part of one team, I think that's changed the dynamic of our conversations. And so we really do have that dynamic pedagogy going, or at least we're working towards it, because Dr. Alshire and Brant talk multiple times daily. And then Brant and my curriculum alignment specialists are talking constantly. And then they're talking to the reading interventionist or to Nadine Gafania and Nicole Dillon. And so, and then Dr. Alshire is going to reach out to Alicia Zalvis. So when we're talking about building a true system rather than pockets of support, we're starting to really come together, I think, as a team, so that our teachers aren't getting isolated chunks of everything. Instead, they're starting to benefit from our system working more at the district level, so that then everything's a little bit more cohesive for them. I won't say it's perfect yet, but I think we're definitely on a really strong path forward because of all the communication and collaboration that happens with our newly restructured team. So I'm really appreciative that the board was kind enough to approve that request, because I think especially as the year goes on, you'll see some of the outcomes of what it's like to have a student success coordinator who talks to the data guy daily, who talks to the content folks daily, who talks to the interventionists or the title team or our special education services. So I'm just really excited. And on that, I'll stop talking before my internet freezes again.
Thank you so much, Dr. Brown, and to the entire team. I recognize this is a lot of work that has gone into this. So I do want to take a moment to just thank you guys for that. This is not to question what you guys are doing. I'm just trying to definitely understand, you know, our teachers are most our students are most impacted by this, but our teachers are the ones that are implementing the work with it. So really trying to understand how we're capturing their voice. So I guess in the systems you guys are creating, do we have a system for getting teacher input on a continuous basis that is reviewed at the district level and then taken and used to improve processes? So for instance, like specifically, I would like to know, are we surveying data and collecting quantitative data on teachers' perceptions and of the usefulness and effectiveness of CTMs? Similarly, are we doing that on the PDs? And the new curriculum, I want to be able to see what teachers' remarks are with regard to all of those three categories. I want to make sure that as these are being designed, that they are very purposeful and meet those specific needs, that the people on the ground, they understand what why their students might be struggling in X, Y, or Z. So their recommendations for how to improve the systems are so critical and vital. So I guess, do we have a continuous process for surveying and gathering quantitative data on the usefulness and perceptions and effectiveness of PDs, CTMs, and the new curriculum resources that we purchased?
Yes, Dr. Diaz, we do. And in the past, we've collected that same data. Of course, our resources are new, so we haven't collected data on those yet, but we definitely will. But every year we do send out a survey regarding our DCTMs. And remember that our DCTMs are led by teachers, so there's constant feedback between Dr. Alshire and teachers. Our teachers are leading the DCTMs. They're telling us what's working and what's not working. I know that Dr. Alshire has shared with me how DCTM facilitators felt the first DCTM went and what adjustments they needed to make for the second one. And so that it's a constant feedback loop as far as DCTMs go. MTSS also teacher-led. Those are all general education, special education teachers that are leading that MTSS effort. So they are, again, constant feedback loop between Dr. Alshire, Dr. Brown, and myself about what the teachers are saying is working and is not working. So yes, constant feedback loops.
And if I could, I'm sorry, if I could just add to that, just because we are talking about the DCTMs and the MTSS, to your question, President Diaz, just as Dr. McLaughlin said, with the DCTMs, that is a really open form of feedback in which we are constantly adapting. I tell the teachers that I work with, and they reiterate, we're trying to create a professional development opportunity that if teachers are really creating their own, this is what they would do with it, right? We oftentimes impose professional development, and I can say this with my principal experience. Sometimes we think we know what's best for teachers and we provide professional development. This is one in which the feedback from the teachers goes directly back to the facilitators, who, when we come in plan, we directly make changes based on those needs. And for example, the teachers indicated that they needed more time to really know the standards well and really work on pacing because of our remote learning experience. And we completely altered some of the agenda items to ensure that the teachers themselves, their voices were heard, and we provided more time for them to really look at it. I also have every intention at the end, because I am a huge survey nerd, to be doing a quantitative survey to make sure that our teachers have voice in what they thought worked, as well as what they thought could be changed. And then in regards to MTSS, we actually have implemented a MTSS survey, quantitative survey, throughout all of our schools. We had over 200 responses from teachers throughout their district. That was something that the MTSS team and I all put together. It is sort of a pre-test, if you will, of survey that will allow us to gauge the success of our work. One of those questions in the survey was very specific of, do you feel like you have a voice in the MTSS improvement process? And we took that data from our teachers, and that's going to be definitely one of the areas that we want to improve on over the course of the year, so that our teachers know that they are huge participants in that process, and their voices are an incredible resource to us as moving forward.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And it helps to hear that clarification on the process. I think it would be very helpful for the board to see this quantitative data to better understand teachers' perceptions and on the effectiveness and usefulness of PDs and CTMs. And then, do we have an idea on when we could get the same, I guess, the same feedback on the curriculum resources?
So I don't want to commit to an exact date because I don't want to feel like we're putting teachers under the gun with the feedback from teachers on that piece. I think it's a couple of different steps. In order to give feedback, first we need to use the resources, and we try to be extremely forgiving of and exercise a lot of grace and patience while teachers are learning to use the resources. So I wouldn't want to rush them into making a decision when they're using a new resource with a new curriculum, all while doing it online and learning new technology. I'd like to give it a little bit more time for people to settle into the resource now that they're feeling more comfortable with the technology side, rather than rushing too much more. With that said, we do ask, and I know my specialists have been great about offering office hours. We've done some surveys in the past, like what kind of support do you need? What training do you need? We have upcoming PD for the math in the following school year. The beginning was the initial, hey, how do we even log in? How do we access reports? That sort of thing. But the training for math, for example, which impacts the majority of the teachers in our district, the trainings that are coming in the 21 half of the year, the 2021 half in January, February, are much more customized. And so we also made sure to include in our PD package site-based support so that schools can figure out, okay, now that you know how the basics work of navigating the program, how can we make the most of what you need at your site? So we're trying to get through some of those cycles first, and then we'll collect some more feedback on what's useful and what's not so useful. Why are you not using it? Why are you using it? All of those pieces.
Thank you. That makes sense. I know that things are a little different because we are in distance learning and we weren't able to accelerate as quickly as possible. But when we are ready, I would definitely love to hear just the responses on the curriculum. I think Ms. Benjamin made this comment last meeting. I think it's important for our community to understand how the investment in the curriculum has really played out. And I know that it's going to take a long time to really understand the benefits, but just having continuous updates on, here's how we think the curriculum is working, here's how we think teachers are benefiting from it. I think that would be useful because that was a significant investment. And then I would say I have 2 additional questions, but I'm going to pass it off to Ms. Benjamin and do this real quick, and I'll get back to you.
Thank you. My first question is, I'd like to know the number of referrals for MTSS you've had this year and compare that to last year and the year before. Can you give me those numbers?
Good evening, Governing Board Member Benjamin. Right now, I can definitely tell you it's lower than what we've had in years past. And I can just tell you that right now. In terms of specific numbers, I don't have any specific numbers for you, predominantly because we just rolled out with the new referral form. So we're trying to standardize that process. And so I know my MTSS facilitators have already begun collecting referrals. As soon as that form went out, they started to receive some. And I believe I could probably, by our next meeting, give you a little bit more of an updated number. But the new virtual form that we put out that sort of standardized that process, that just came out, I'd like to say last week or if the week before. So we haven't had a whole lot of time with that. And up to that point, our schools were doing the very best they could to make up with the resources that they had. But because we were really dependent on paper referrals, it was inconsistent because we're not really seeing each other and handing paper off to one another. So in a couple weeks time, I could certainly give you some updated information in terms of how many referrals we're receiving up to that point.
And is it because of that, or because you've got a completely different way of children learning right now? So talk to us about that.
I think it is. I think first of all, it is that, you know, human nature is that we are trying to, at the first step, just trying to pay attention to the most pressing issues in front of us. And for a lot of our teachers, the most pressing issue was just understanding and implementing a curriculum remotely. I think that there is also a learning curve to be had when you are trying to assess students in a remote learning environment versus having students in your classroom, right? So our teachers are very well versed in being able to diagnose and work with students when they're on a person-to-person basis. Trying to do that in a Zoom room or a breakout room is a special type of challenge. So right now, a lot of the referrals that we're looking at are referrals that have occurred in the past. So we're kind of doing follow-up now, you know, what's going on with that kiddo. Also doing a lot of work with attendance, because that is obviously a huge concern for us. And I think then as we proceed with the rest of the year, as we go forward, we'll get better about how to sort of properly do behavioral and academic diagnoses on students in remote learning. But that is a tough learning curve, and our teachers are doing the very best that they possibly can to kind of overcome that. And I think as time goes on, we're going to see more of that as we get more of the data that Brant's going to talk about a little bit here, and just more comfort with how to assess students in a remote learning environment.
So and I understand that completely, it's got to be hugely challenging based on the fact that everybody's on Zoom and, you know, you don't have them in your classroom. So as time goes on, children are going to return to the classroom. How are you going
to? We can't wait.
How are you going to make up? What's your plan to make sure that all of the children don't fall through that need intervention, don't fall through the cracks? What's your plan?
Yeah, and that's a really great point. And I think a lot of that goes back to the need of us to develop a district-wide system with the referral process. So our hope is when we do go back, and quite frankly, I'll be honest, I don't want to wait till when we come back to really start beginning the process of getting intervention supports to the students that need it, because we can all sit here and kind of ponder when that may be, but we've got kids right now that need support and right now need help. My hope is, though, once the kids come back, they're going to walk into a system that has been developed district-wide. These students will have already begun the process with their teachers of identifying some gaps and things that are going on. Our teachers are doing that right now. They're doing really meaningful, common, formative, and summative assessments with their students to understand where they're at in the learning process. So it won't be like, sometimes it's like when you begin to start the year, it's like a blank slate. You don't know what you're getting. We'll have a really good, strong sense of the students that have been struggling, either struggling academically or, again, and I don't mean to harp on this, but it is something that I think about every single night and every single morning, is the students that are just having a really hard time engaging on a day-to-day basis. So we know we're going to have some gaps with that. That's going to inevitably lead to learning gaps for our students in regards to their attendance, but that is a nationwide, if not global, issue that we're trying to deal with.
Yeah, and the question is, do they really need MTSS, or were they just in a situation where they couldn't thrive?
Right.
And so how you fetter that out over time is going to be really important, because you can be overladen with MTSS referrals when really what you have is Zoom issues. Right. Yeah, and so I hope that in the future, in the next 2, 3, 4 months, however long that is, that you all come up with a plan to make sure that you don't overextend yourselves and put too many people in the MTSS process because of this situation. So right. Those are my only words, because you don't need that. So my next questions are for Alicia Zelvis. Okay. I just want to know, what's your goal to return special ed students to the regular classroom? What's your goal this year? What's your goal? What's your percentage?
So, Mrs. Benjamin, we have already been returning kids to the classroom. We have quite a few kids that are receiving in-person services. I think we are up to 6 schools that have programs running to see kids in person to address those goals, where we found data that, you know, the virtual environment just isn't working. We're not either able to obtain the information we need.
Let me interrupt you. I'm talking about you taking children that are in special education and returning them to the regular classroom without special education support. What's your goal?
So you're talking about change of placement.
I'm talking about taking a child who might have a learning disability in reading comprehension and returning that child to a regular classroom or math calculation or whatever, you know, whatever it might be. What's your goal? What's your percentage of students that you think you can return to the regular classroom this year?
Ms. Benjamin, are you asking for exit goals?
I am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I'm looking for what's your percentage? What's your goal? I'm looking for the goal.
What's our goal for exiting students from special ed?
Yeah, so honestly, it's going to be a less lofty goal. And one reason for that is because we have students that are going to return and need a lot more intensive attention than we normally would. We do have some plans in place, and I've already started some plans for recovery services and things that may have caused some loss in instruction. I would like to see an increase of 10%. We right now are sitting at about 13.5% of students identified and eligible for special education services, which is kind of getting on, you know, the higher side of percentage. It's not disproportionate, but I would like to see, right now we're at about 746 students that have IEPs.
How many of those are just children with learning disabilities? Because that's really what I'm looking at.
Yeah, I can get you that number specifically of students that are just with learning disabilities, and definitely of a percentage of what I anticipate we would see. But again, like I said, I think that the expectation still needs to be there, and we still need to push for that, but we also have to be very careful of making sure that there was no educational disadvantage over the closures in this time in virtual environment, so that we're not making hasty decisions or using inaccurate data. Our students are in a different environment right now where they either are getting more help than they might in the classroom from families, or less help. And so it makes it extremely difficult to actually measure their true accomplishments when they're in a distance environment. So
That's why I asked, because it's a real challenge. And I believe that you have to use your data and maybe deal with reading first, because we have a lot of research on reading, and move those children who have disabilities in the area of reading out more quickly as you move them along. And I don't know if 10% is a reasonable amount or not, but I hope that you set a goal based on the data, based on all the information that you have, and that you move a good percentage of those children out, because I truly believe that special education is a service, and it shouldn't be something that children are held in for year after year after year. Our job is to provide them all the interventions and send them back to the regular classroom. My next question is, what's your goal for sending the ED and EDP children back to the regular classroom?
As many as possible. So we have already started and discussed ways to transition them while they're in the virtual environment, so that they're still getting that support that that social emotional coaching and training that they need from their special education teachers, and but then applying that into a virtual environment, which is a little less intimidating because they're not in such close quarters with their peers. And so
that's hard to do.
Yeah, it is, but it actually, you know, in this environment, you know, our kids can have a little more privacy because they don't have an audience per se. And they're given the opportunity to still get some of that guidance from their teachers. And they are practicing that right now virtually, even for our kids that are in our ED programs that are being seen in person. They are attending some of their coursework in the general education classrooms. And so we're working on that now. And we do need to continue to work on moving those kids out to have more access with their general education peers, because I am a big advocate for the fact that, you know, you need to have appropriate and developmentally appropriate models in behavior and in emotion, and be able to have as much access to your typically developing peers as possible to influence your growth.
Right. Well, the deal is you have children in the ED and EDP program who are of average or above average intelligence typically. They might have a learning disability here and there, but the fact is that if their behaviors are, if they're able to behaviorally attend to what they need to, then they're very successful. And I would hope that you would, in the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, set up a goal setting program that sent back a good 25% of your kids, because those are the children, and I have a lot of experience with them, that can be successful in the mainstream, and they should be there. And so I would hope that you would set your goal, not today for 25%, but in the future for that amount of children, because they deserve that. Those children really deserve to be in the mainstream. And finally, this is for Dr. McLaughlin. Tell us, how has the curriculum audit guided you?
In every way, Ms. Benjamin. We actually are in preparation for our work study on December 3rd. And if you would allow me, I would like to go into greater detail. We have each recommendation from the curriculum audit that we are responsible for, and we will give you examples of how we have gone about meeting those recommendations.
And so do you believe, I'm talking about the curriculum audit as a whole, because you're a piece of that and you're a large piece of it.
Correct. 8 recommendations, 8 of the 12 are ours.
There's standard 5, which has to do with, you know, finance, there's HR, there's policy, you know, there's all these other things that are kind of internet in all of that. And so, yeah, do you think that all of it should be adhered to?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, that was a very important audit for our school district. That audit was all about what deficits do we have. It wasn't anything about this is what you're doing well, let's pat yourselves on the back. So everything that the C&I team is doing is to meet those recommendations in that curriculum audit. So I believe in that curriculum audit. I believe everything they've written in that curriculum audit, and we are working hard to ensure we meet those recommendations, because that's what's going to improve our student achievement and improve our student success.
I agree completely. I just believe, and I just want to hear it from you, that you have to do the whole audit. You can't just take the C&I piece or the policy piece or whatever piece. You have to take all the standards and weave them together in order to make this work. And it could take you 6 years. You know, this is not an easy, this is a heavy lift. Correct. And so I just want to hear from you that you believe that it's all of the standards that working together will make great things happen for children.
Agreed. Yes.
Okay. That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
I have a few follow-up questions. And again, I just, Ms. Elvis, Dr. Is it Alshire or Aylshire?
It's Aylshire, ma'am.
Aylshire, Dr. Brown, and Dr. McLaughlin. I do want to say that I am very appreciative of the work that you guys are doing. And this is an undertaking, a huge one, especially given we are just trying to survive with COVID. So I hope nothing that I'm saying is coming off as trying to nitpick, just definitely trying to understand context here. So I have 3 other questions. So the first question that I have is still on the topic of teachers. If a teacher does need, let's say I'm an ELA teacher and I have a significant amount of students who I know are absolutely struggling with ELA, but I don't have the resources that I need. Is there a system in place or a process where teachers can bring this concern to the district, and if the district is seeing trends, then the district does something? Or how does this work if a teacher is just really like, I need this resource and I do not have it and I don't know what to do?
Teachers are certainly welcome to reach out to our curriculum alignment specialists in any subject that they're struggling with, including our technology integration team, our language acquisition team. They certainly, all of our specialists, our coordinators work very closely with our teachers. But I would add that the first step would be the principal. So if a teacher is struggling and need resources, it's really the job of the principal to provide those resources. And then if the principal needs support, we are certainly here. Again, it's fine for a teacher to reach out to anybody in the district office, but really their first stop is the principal. And we meet with the principals on a weekly basis, so we are in very close contact with what resources are needed throughout the district. Our C&I team is also observing classrooms, going into classrooms to identify those high-level trends. Are teachers using our instructional resources? Are they struggling with our instructional resources? Are they implementing instructional strategies like small groups, or is it whole group? What are those high-level trends?
Definitely makes sense. And so a follow-up to that, I know that from what I've heard, a principal's job is incredibly dense. There's just so much to do there. But with that, a school can only be as successful as the leadership there. It doesn't matter how much work you put in as a teacher. At the end of the day, we need to make sure that all of our principals, there's equity in the type of leadership and systems in place. So every teacher, doesn't matter what school you're at, is receiving the baseline support. So what are the accountability measures that are put in place to ensure that our principals are meeting the needs of the students and the teachers there?
Similar to our teachers have the learning observation instrument. The principals have the leader observation instrument, very rigorous observation instrument that has rubrics, just like you saw in the LOI, that has elements with descriptors. Some of those elements are supervision of the written, taught, and tested curriculum. So are our principals going in to supervise that alignment of the written, taught, and tested curriculum that you've heard a lot about tonight? Are they holding teachers accountable to the goals that they've set? You saw or heard Ms. Zeeb talk about the school integrated action plan and the goals that they have to set. Are the teachers, is the school moving towards those action steps and those strategies that they identified in their school integrated action plan? Dr. Weeks and I both observe principals. Dr. Weeks observes and evaluates 7 of our principals, and I observe and evaluate 7 of our principals, and we hold them to the criteria, those leadership competencies that are written in the leadership observation instrument.
Thank you. Just 1 second.
Can I speak to that for a minute as a principal? Let me at least where I have come from, principals live year to year. if a principal is not adequately doing their job, not leading their team, not being the leader, educational leader for their school, they can lose their job in a year. Anytime, they can just be gone. Is that correct, Dr. McLaughlin?
Yes, Ms. Benjamin, that is accurate. We're on a year-to-year contract.
And so I think the answer to that question is that, you know, you and Dr. Weeks provide, and other people in CNI and technology, you know, provide support and fill in gaps for principals, because principals really are, I think, unsung heroes in the school district, in every school district, not just Phoenix Elementary. And so you're always providing them input and support to help them support their teachers and their community, and of course, ultimately the children. And so if principals not doing their job, they're not there next year. And I think that's really, I hate to be cruel, but I think that's really the answer to the question.
Thank you, Ms. Benjamin. I definitely do not have that understanding and lens from a principal, so it's just helpful to get that context. I am looking at, you know, passing grades for different schools, and there are some trends that I'm not really even looking at 2021, because I think that data is just, it's great that we have it, but there are just a lot of complex factors that we knew that it was going to decline. But there are some other trends here that I have questions about, and I will follow up offline. I think it's just like a long conversation there. The final question I have are for those subgroups. And again, I'm looking at the PowerPoint here. We specifically see our Black and African-American student subgroup.
Sorry.
And Indigenous subgroups, those students, they have the highest, proportionally speaking, the highest rates of students at risk. So does the district, or is it at the school level, provide different targeted interventions at those subgroups, since proportionally speaking, again, they do are at more risk in certain content areas? Or are we just leveraging the resources that we have district-wide for any student who is at risk?
Are you looking ahead at the data, Dr. Diaz? That's what you're referring to? The graph.
Yeah, I guess I'll save that question. But don't answer that yet. I'll ask that question later. You know it's coming though.
We'll be prepared.
Okay.
Thank you for the heads up.
Okay, thank you again. I appreciate it, and I'll let you get on with your presentation unless anyone else has questions.
This is Susan Benjamin. I just wanted to make one more comment. I think this is incredibly difficult because of what's going on. And all of the, you know, shall we be at home? Shall we be at school? How is this all going to work? And so it's almost like every 2 weeks or every 4 weeks, you're not sure, you know, there's new rules. And so I want to applaud you, for all of you, for being there and trying with all of your might to support our children. So thank you for supporting our children with everything that you do every day. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Benjamin.
If I pause too long on that comment, I might start to cry, so I'm going to keep going. Okay, so I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Lloyd, but before I do, you'll see that he's got a few slides on Galileo, and then he has a few slides on Ames Web Plus, and one slide on iReady Diagnostic. We're hoping that if the board's okay with this, that Mr. Lloyd could go through all the Galileo slides first and then take questions about Galileo and then the Ames Web Plus. Would that be okay? Okay, thank you, Dr. Diaz. Okay, Mr. Lloyd, I turn it over to you.
All right, thank you, Dr. McLaughlin. Good evening, buenas noches, and saludos, Madam Chair, Governing Board, Dr. Weeks, and PASD #1 community. It's a great honor and blessing to be with you as part.
Excuse me, could you speak into the mic just a little bit more? It's hard to hear you.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you.
I was just saying thank you, and also I'd like to start with giving a lot of thanks. First of all, to Troy Harris and Rob Towner from MIS, who helped us with imports, to Tom Doherty and Nicole Dillon for their expertise, counsel, and dependability as members of the assessment team, to the IEISs for their extraordinary efforts and continuous feedback, to the Rail Extend and Peer Associates at Edison and Magnet for testing kinder and first graders one-to-one in a remote learning environment, and the CNI team for endless support and encouragement, and district leaders for vision and making tough choices. Obviously, all of our teachers and IAs, it was amazing to be in their classrooms and see what they did, working with students and also helping to prepare and administer these assessments. So, like Dr. McLaughlin said, I have several slides to share, so bear with me. I'll try to be as succinct as possible and pecha this as best as I can. In this first slide that you're looking at, it's talking about our Galileo assessments. And one of the reasons we use this is to fulfill state benchmark requirements for us and serve as a tool for predicting state performance on the AZ end of year tests. Here you can see mostly strong correlations and an 80 to 90% range of correctly predicting or forecasting students' proficiency levels on the AZ Merit in 2018-19, which was the last year that we had data from AZ Merit to do this type of report. Dr. McLaughlin, can you go to the next slide, please? And how is my sound? Are you hearing me okay? Okay. In this next slide, and before we interpret the data a little bit, I just want to make sure that you remember as we look at this data, or these data from Galileo pre-tests, that is a pre-test and it's beginning of the year data, which tell us how our students are doing in a pandemic environment, which we know is causing a slide and dip nationwide on grade level standards and skills. So we would expect scores to mostly show at this point in the year that students are not yet proficient. So looking at the data, here we have aggregated the proficiency level percentages for the district. Red and yellow are below proficiency, and green and blue are above proficiency. And you can see at this point in the year, about 3/4 of our students are not yet proficient on ELA standards and skills, and a little more than 2/3 in math are not yet proficient. Dr. McLaughlin, can you go to the next slide? So this slide is the ELA passing rate over the last 3 years. And the passing rate is the percent of students that were either proficient or highly proficient on their score in Galileo. And the trend lines you can see follow each other pretty closely. The blue line is from this year, and as you can see, it is at a slightly lower level for most schools and for the district. And Dr. McLaughlin, we're ready for the next slide. These are the percentages from that graph. The colors indicate the range schools fall within, green being the highest and red the lowest. We do see that even before the pandemic, our scores were trending down, which I would say is why our MTSS, PBIS, and equity work, along with the focus on our curriculum audit findings and strategic plans, are more critical than ever. I do want to take a moment to celebrate. There was growth for 2 schools, one being Hurd and another Emerson, in their ELA scores between last year and this year. And that is I would say, a huge accomplishment considering the environment that we are in, as well as the loss of learning that we had in the spring. Dr. McLaughlin, can you go to the next, please? And this is the same view, but for math. So these are our math passing rates. And again, the blue line is our current year, but now you can see the trend changes, and we are trending slightly above last year's score. We were 1% higher than last year on our passing rate. Dr. McLaughlin, if you can go to the next. And here, I can give even more shout outs. We have several schools that with math passing rates that were improved by multiple points. So way to go, Emerson, Hurd, Herrera, Kenilworth. Those 4 schools not only improved from last year, but their rates were better than the 18-19 school year, which in that year, our district had a higher overall passing rate. And also kudos to Edison, Garfield, and Whittier, who also improved in their ELA or in their math passing rate from last year to this year. Dr. McLaughlin can go to the next. Thank you. And here are some of the subgroup rates, Dr. Diaz, that you were referring to earlier. This is the rates broken down by ethnicity. And we're presenting this, you know, because we know that in our district and within our board and everything that we're doing, we are focused on equity. And like other districts across the country, you can see that we do have some achievement gaps that need to be addressed. That next slide, please, Dr. McLaughlin. We're almost there with Galileo. This is the last slide. Here we have some more data, and this is for ELs and SPED passing rates. One thing I want to point out is we can see that ELA scores are much lower for both SPED and ELs. And so it's very important that we focus, I believe, on our reading and language skills for those groups and for all students, which brings me to which we'll talk about in the next set of data from Ames Web Plus. But we want to stop here after going through this fairly quickly and see what questions you have.
This is Susan Benjamin. I have a question about what do you think is going on? And in Capital, 2 years ago was a B. And I'm looking at their ELA data and I'm seeing a huge drop. You see that from 28 to 14 and their math from 31 to 21. What's going on there? What do you know?
I do think Capital's been impacted greatly by being in the distance learning environment. Capital has struggled with attendance. I'm not sure why Capital is struggling with attendance more than other schools, but attendance has been a problem that I know Mr. Olmsted is attempting, along with his teachers, his staff, to overcome. As far as last year, we did have some issues with math. We had vacancies in 2 of the math classes.
Yeah, yes, I remember that for sure. Yeah. So it'd be interesting to hear as you look at this data more, what your action plan is to support Capital in that, because if they could be a B 2 years ago, they can be a B next year. That's the way I look at it. So my other question is, let me look at this. Kenilworth. And kudos to Kenilworth from going from 31 to 37% math. I know I've talked to the principal there, and I know they've been really focused on their mathematics. But at the same time, they lost 7 points in ELA. So what's that about?
I don't have an answer for you there, Ms. Benjamin. I would have to confer with Mr. Anthony.
Yeah, and that would be good to know, because the community that I live within is looking for Kenilworth to not be a D anymore.
Yeah.
And so and I'm pleased to death, and you can tell Mr. Anthony how pleased I am because he told me how hard they were working on and focused on their math. So I'm pleased to see that growth, considering the situation at hand here. So whatever you're doing to support them in terms of their ELA would be, that information would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Dr. McLaughlin, going back to the question that I had earlier, and Mr. Lloyd, thank you for your presentation and for us setting this up. It was very easy to understand. It's apparent that we have an equity issue here. And I know that there are a whole host of reasons that contribute to gaps in achievement, but what are we doing as a district and at the school sites to really impact these subgroups?
So if you look throughout the LOI, it talks about are we meeting the needs of subgroups? If you look through the leadership observation instrument, it talks about our principals holding teachers accountable to ensure that subgroups are passing. Our principals are very aware of this data. They look at it very closely. Subgroup data is has been a part of our letter grade calculation. Just a shout out to Garfield. Garfield was our one and only school that showed significant growth in all of the subgroups that you're seeing here, plus special ed and EL. Those are not listed here. So kudos to them. They got the most points 2 years ago, 2019. Our schools are they follow this data, they look at this data, and they are targeting students for those interventions that we've talked about, 95% group. We're going to talk about our iReady diagnostic. iReady is an intervention for math. So they are very aware of where these students are and what their students' needs are, and are using the interventions to push them along.
Thank you.
If Miss Zeeb is available, Miss Zeeb, I don't know if you're still with us, but if you could address Miss Sims's work, our coordinator of special populations with the American Indian population.
Yes, so we do have a coordinator of special populations, and her name is Sarah Sims, and she works really hard to meet the needs of our different populations across the district. Specifically, she works with our Indian education families, and we have an IA, an instructional assistant right now, who goes out to the schools and works with our homeless population students and our American Indian students. And she's limited to those two groups based on how she's paid, her funding sources. But she really does provide targeted support for these students, and we've really started to see them make some changes and some turnarounds because they're finding that there's a person that cares specifically about them. And so I think that's been really a big part of helping these kids. So we can learn from that, right? And I think there's something that we could do with that and maybe look at how we can support other kids in the same way that are struggling just like this. So I think it's been a very good indication that if they get more targeted individual support, this adult cares about me, this adult wants to know how I'm doing, this adult wants to check in to make sure I'm going to go to school tomorrow. Those things are really important, and I've really seen a difference. So I think that we could learn from that and really expand on that, and maybe look at how we can provide some of those more supports for other subgroups, right? So
great. I really like that recommendation. I think looking at how we're supporting those subgroups, the successes, and then Dr. McLaughlin, you mentioned that Garfield has really seen an uptick in the passing grades of those subgroups. So I would be really interested to hear from Garfield. What are they doing? What's going on there? I know that when I had last year went to Edison to get a better sense of what they were doing to really gain the achievement that they had in a year where a lot of scores were going down, and it looked like the culture that they had built was phenomenal. And so I know that that's something that we're trying to replicate throughout the district, and I would love to hear a little bit more from Garfield, and I'll reach out to their leadership there as well. And I didn't make a list for every single school for ELA, but for math, I do want to shout out that despite the challenges of our pandemic and distance learning, we have had a few schools that have increased in passing grades, and that definitely deserves a celebration. We have, Garfield, Heard, Emerson, and I know that Emerson did get a new principal. Was it last year? Mm-hmm. So man, that is, I know, to come into an environment and then to start seeing those increases so quickly, that says a lot. And there is significant growth at Herrera. So I know that these leaders are working hard. Kennel, Worth, and Whittier in math. I'm sorry, I didn't look for ELA. I did look, but I didn't write them down for ELA. So I just wanted to take a moment to celebrate those.
Thank you, Dr. Diaz. And I could very quickly say that Garfield is very focused on community and building community. And they also have dived deep into culturally responsive teaching. They did a book study last year, Zaretta Hammond's book on culturally responsive teaching in the brain. And I know both Ms. Bernal and Mr. Fuentes, that is a passion of theirs. So those two things definitely contributed to the growth of the subgroups.
Okay, thank you so much. That's all for me.
Okay, all right.
I just have one question. Yes. I'm so sorry. It's just one. I was actually kind of surprised to see how well the this year's results kind of matched the past 2 years, given the testing environment was so different. And I know that we had talked a lot about that prior to receiving this data. And I was just curious if you felt like this data kind of showed like a positive trend for testing environment not having too bad of an impact, or if you're looking at like maybe some of those schools where there was a bigger drop, maybe that was an issue. I was just curious if you had any further reflections on how testing environment might have impacted this now that we have the numbers.
Yeah, I'm going to defer that question to Mr. Lloyd. Mr. Lloyd works very closely with the IISs to administer these tests, to set up the assessment windows, the schedules, the environment, etc. So, Mr. Lloyd, do you have any reflections on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think we talked earlier a little bit about capital, and that there can be challenges, because not only because of the technology that we're using, but also because of the resources in different areas, specific to different areas. And so I know, for example, we had certain areas where we had to use hotspots for many students, which I know that makes it a lot harder for them, to be engaged, to be able to be there. So I cannot discount the environmental factors, especially during this time. I have tried to look as closely as possible, at the reliability of these scores, including, calculating my own correlations, and found that the correlations were very good between, last year and this year. So I also know that, vendors do a lot of work to try and make sure that they take into account factors, environmental factors. And a lot of these vendors do offer their products, via the web. We've been taking stuff on the computer for a long time. We've just had it at school, right, versus at home. So they've done a lot of studies and a lot of things to try and, ameliorate the issues that different environments may cause. And so that's why I do think I guess I'm not on either side and saying like it's not affecting us or it is, right? I think we're in the middle where we see it does impact our environment, does impact certain populations more than others, and I do think that's reflected somewhat in our scores.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, I did just have one more, but it's even faster. Do you know what the tested percentage was? Were we able to get 100% of students testing? I know that's something that we've struggled with at my school this year, is just getting everyone to test, which is not normally an issue.
Yeah, I don't have the exact numbers, but the last time that I looked at it, it was the pattern pretty closely followed our attendance. So it was more like, because we're around 90%, that's where we were at for the most part. I didn't look at the very end and to see, but that's what I saw as we were testing. And that was fairly true in all the tests that we administered.
All right, thank you so much.
All right. Okay, the next slide. So this is some data. This is the data that we report to the state for Move On When Reading legislation. And we had to do it a little differently this year. Typically, we just use one vendor, AimsWeb Plus, but we use both AimsWeb Plus and Galileo scores this year due to COVID, really, and not being able to have all the technology in place to do AimsWeb Plus for all grades. So our kinder and first grades, you can see we definitely have a lot of work to do. We need a lot of attention paid to what we're doing with those grades. Obviously, because of, again, the remote learning environment, this is the first test that they took this year for kindergartners and first graders, in a remote environment. That's something that we have to think about, as well as what happened last spring with students missing key, instruction in the spring, which often helps those oral reading fluency scores, which is what we see in first grade, that can really impact them. I do want to say, though, one thing that's really important as we look at these scores is, we've already talked about this. Sherry Z brought up the fact that we're doing 95% reading group walk to read for these grades, and I think that's huge. Again, Nicole Dillon is working very hard with the reading interventionists to take on this challenge that we have to make sure that we get all students approaching and benchmark in their reading skills for this year. Dr. McLaughlin, can you go to the next slide? All right. So this slide shows some trends, so you can see where we were in previous years to this year. This year's is the darkest bar there at the top, and then at the bottom we have our percentages for, and these are percentages of students that are at high risk. So these are the students that are most likely without intervention and instruction not going to be on grade level for reading this year. Let's see if there's anything else. Yeah, and then this last slide, or this last slide on AimsWeb Plus, this shows again our subgroups and how we're doing on those. You can see overall we have many, and this is just for K1. We have many students that are at high risk within our K1 groups, and really we need to focus on intervention and instruction for reading for these groups, which I believe we are doing quite a bit at this time. So that's all I have on AimsWeb Plus. Are there any questions about that specific assessment? All right, and the last slide, this is something we're very excited about. We have always given a benchmark, which tells us how students are doing on standards, but we gave a diagnostic assessment to find out, what the holes actually were, how, where students are in their reading skills according to different grade levels and across different types of math skills. And so this is very helpful for us in understanding where we need to intervene, not just for this year, but with holes and gaps that we have from previous years of instruction. And you can see from this that we have, nearly 90% of our students that are currently below grade level for math. And then we have half, or around half, well, 45% that are 2 grade levels or below. And this is important, this is an important reason why we bought and we're using the program, right, that we are for iReady, which gives students additional time and instruction specific to these gaps and skills that they need. And so I'm really excited about this tool and being able to use this year to help us in targeting, what we need to do for our students in math. Any questions about this diagnostic or this data, these data?
This is Susan Benjamin. I agree with you because your pyramid is upside down. And it's quite telling to just see that. Although it'll be interesting. I won't be on the board to see this, but my experience has been that what you see at the beginning of the year might look like this, but what we see as time goes on and intervention occurs, typically when children are in school, that pyramid changes considerably. And we see a lot of growth in our children. And it might not be exactly what we want to see with 85 or 90% not being in the red, but it gets closer. It's not quite so hard to look at. So you're new to this, Dr. Lloyd, but you'll see growth. Hopefully, with what's going on with COVID and distance learning, hopefully, the growth will be close to what it has been, because it looked like what those scores were pretty close. And I think Ms. Almy spoke to that. I was kind of impressed with that, considering the situation. So, don't give up hope, because, and I know you won't, but I used to look at those and get bug-eyed, but I also know that I've seen huge changes as the year has gone on.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Thank you. Yeah, and that's part of the power of that tool, is it does a very good job of helping us identify where students need to grow and when they're growing, more than just, again, on, this year's standards, but in their skills, from first grade on up through 8th grade, and so that's a powerful intervention tool.
Right, I agree completely, along with your 95% group, which will make huge differences for your kids. It's a wonderful tool. So.
Thank you, board members, for engaging in dialogue with us about our fall assessment data and the context that surrounds our fall assessment data. And C&I team, you are all rock stars. Thank you for your passion for students, for always putting them first. So greatly appreciate you sharing your expertise tonight. Thank you.
And Dr. McLaughlin, I'm the one that asked for this presentation. And I do hope the board members that will continue, I hope you're hearing me. I really hope that you continue to ask for, and Dr. McLaughlin brings this forward on a regular basis, because I believe that it is the crux, it is the backbone, it's everything that we do in education. I think it's the most important part. Everything else supports it. So thank you for bringing it forward. Thank you for laying it out as nicely as you did. And I wish everyone luck, and I hope the spring brings good news for Phoenix Elementary.
Thank you. And if there are no other comments, we will move on to item F1.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Good evening to you and to the governing board and the community that's joining us this evening. The first item on the agenda in this section is to cover the demographic analysis that Applied Economics did for us over the last month or so. I provided a board update about 6 weeks ago or so, or maybe 2 months ago, indicating that we will be doing a demographic study of our area here. And Mr. Rick Brammer from Applied Economics did the study. And this evening, he's going to present to us, the findings that he has from the study. And obviously, if you have any questions, Mr. Brammer will be happy to address those. With that, Mr. Brammer, if you could please introduce yourself and do your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Quintana. Madam President, governing board members, Dr. Weeks, honored guests, it is my pleasure to demographic study. And I'm going to go ahead and start and share my screen while we get that going. That's better. I would just have to start off by saying, I guess that just a little bit of background on myself. We've been doing this, I've been doing this to sort of work in the Phoenix metropolitan area for, I'm sorry to say, over 30 years, and have had the privilege of serving about 50 different Arizona school districts, all different kinds, from urban areas to suburban areas to all corners of the state. And have also had the privilege, really, of serving the Maricopa Association of Governments and Valley Metro in a lot of the transit and transportation planning efforts that they've had. And so part of that is, brought into focus even more of what I think is Phoenix Elementary District's all about and what downtown Phoenix is all about. So without further ado, I'm just going to kind of roll into this, and I'm going to go fairly fast. I would have to say that one of the most common criticisms of my presentations is that they're too detailed, but I'm not going to worry about that as much tonight. So I was very, very impressed by the quality of that presentation and the detailed information and how attentive the board was to it. So I'm just going to, I'll end that advertisement and just get into what I need to talk about. So the study, it really has to do with looking at grade level care, the enrollment, obviously, grade level characteristics, where kids are coming from, so much where they're not coming from. Obviously now having to look at alternative providers, primarily charter schools, but not exclusively. It's a competitive environment. We're also, have students in schools in other districts. Demographic characteristics, very important to the district. And the age structure of the population, the family structure of the population.
Rick, can you hear me?
Yes.
All we see is a Google document here. That's all I'm seeing. I'm not seeing your presentation.
I apologize, Dr. Weeks.
No, you're fine. Maybe it's a PDF document. Maybe that's what it is, not a Google document, but a PDF document. But it's certainly not your presentation. So I don't know what kind of technical hiccups we're having tonight.
Oh, I really apologize.
There we go. Study and scope is what we're seeing.
Yeah. Well, obviously, thank you for speaking up. Can you see what I'm talking about now?
Yes.
All right. Well, I apologize for that. I still haven't gotten over this. I definitely would prefer to be there in person, and I'm sure everyone else pretty much feels the same way. As I was talking about the scope of the study, in an area like this, of course, demographics are more important really than residential development in terms of housing units and who's living in them and so on and so forth. Although we do certainly look at impacts from residential development. And then we have two models that we use, proprietary models. One is more of a macroeconomic top-down, how does the district fit into metropolitan Phoenix in terms of population movement, in terms of housing market, in terms of their sort of overall measurements. And that kind of keeps us on track. But the real meat, and I think our kind of claim to fame, is looking at the sub-district level and looking at it from really the bottom up and try to figure out where individual neighborhoods are going. And so to that end, we have this system of what we call of small area geographies. I fondly referred to as grids. I think there's about 60 of them here for your district. I'm not exactly sure who created those, because we did have the privilege actually of serving the district during the 2002-2003 school year. And we actually used the same set of geography at that time, which is really nice now because it gives us that longitudinal look at what's happened with enrollment within the district. And these areas are designed not to change over time, like attendance areas might, open enrollment impacts, so that you get a good apples to apples comparison of really what enrollment changes looked like. Starting back though with total district enrollment, the blue bars here being 40th day head count, that's K-8 enrollment numbers, and the red squiggly line is just the year-over-year percent change, which is keyed to the right-hand axis, where the 0 point is about almost 2/3 of the way up the side. And so it's really kind of an interesting story, because from 2001 to 2008, really through about the time of the recession, all things considered, enrollment was relatively stable. And then, plummeted by 900 students, 11% in a single year. And then during the recovery period, I call it, between, about 2009 and 2014, again, enrollment was fairly stable, up a bit, down a bit, and some fairly large year-to-year swings that make things like budgeting and staffing a challenge. But overall, really not much change. And then starting in about 2014, after the recovery was well underway, is when we really saw the charter school enrollment take off and the alternative providers making a bigger and bigger impact on the students. At the same time, as we'll see later, that we were starting to get smaller and smaller pools of students coming forward because of low birth rates during the recession. And it echoes, 5 years later when those kids finally get to kindergarten. But we'll see that a little bit later on. It's also an important part of the story. The next way we kind of look at enrollment, again, district total K-8, but it's broken into cohorts, K2, 3, 5, and 6, 8. And these patterns, as you can see, historically have shown that the district has a larger population of younger students, and there's, a consistently smaller population of older students. And of course, what's happened starting in 2014-15, and really the year before even, was that charter schools came on board, and their primary target, at least initially, was that K2 group. And they got there by offering preschool and other things that maybe some of the districts, I'm not sure yours, were offering or not offering, but they've leveraged that. And as that group has come down over the past 6 or 7 years, it's ventriculated up into the 3-5 group. So now we see that tapering off. And unfortunately, what the numbers are telling us is that'll probably hit the 6th to 8th grade group next. Now this year, as everyone's been saying, is so atypical that, we have to look at it. It's our most recent data. But in terms of doing longer term planning, I'm kind of trying to look by it. And we'll talk again a little bit more about that later, but some of that downturn in K2, particularly, we all know that according to the state, about 50,000 kids are missing from enrollment statewide this year. A good chunk of those in the K2 group. And there's a lot of complicated reasons, but from an educator standpoint, I'm sure you all, it happens, my daughter-in-law is a kindergarten teacher at the Madison district. And, if there's something that's hard to do remotely, I think it's kindergarten. So I think there's a reason why we've seen people, I think, consciously hold those kids back, which means we'll probably get a bump next year. Hopefully, we'll get a vaccine in place and we'll get a bump of some of those kids back next year. Interestingly, though, they could actually come back in either kindergarten, first or second grade, depending on how old. And I think that'll be a challenge for you all in terms of anticipating how to staff and and how to have classrooms ready for all of that. Looking more again at the nitty gritty, we get a kind of a cleansed file of student information, just address and the school they attend and the grade level. And we use the address to turn all the students into a point on a map. And these green dots represent the ones in the district, as you can see, extend outside of the district as well. And it serves a lot of purposes. One is it gives me the baseline enrollment by grade numbers I need to feed the model that works at this level of geography. But it also gives us a tremendous opportunity to correlate student generation with housing types, family types, rent levels, prices, those kinds of things. So it refines the projections quite a lot. I guess I was surprised by doing this to find out that of the district enrollment of around 5,800 or so, over 2,000 students, 35%, come from outside the district. And while most of them come from the neighboring areas, it's a very wide draw. There are 37 districts where kids live, from Buckeye to New River to Apache Junction. And so obviously what we have is a great impact of commuters who have to drive those distances, who would rather have their student closer to them at work because that's where they are during the day if they might have to get there. So it's a good draw, definitely, and we'll see later what kind of an impact that has on your enrollment to population ratio and things like that. Just a look at enrollment density. Here, the numbers in each grid or planning area represent K-8 enrollment this year. The coloring is standardized into students per square mile, so that because the grids aren't, of course, all the same size. And it points to the fact that you have these two, maybe even three, if you think about it, very distinct population areas, density areas. And while in some ways it makes it easier to service the students, it makes it really hard for facility planning. And when you're trying to draw attendance boundaries and things like that, high density surrounded by low density gives you sort of a difficult puzzle to solve. But anyway, it's just good to keep that in mind. However, I think what's probably more interesting, at least, is what those numbers have looked like over time. And so here we see on the left the change in students, again, from that 17-year period we have, from 2002 to 2019-20, with only 4 of the grids, showing any increase over that time. Larger and smaller decreases throughout the rest of the district for different reasons. We'll get back to that a little bit, Garfield and so forth, because a lot because of redevelopment and the light rail line, and down in the Herrera area because of demolitions that were airport related, and then the Capitol Mall, just that continuing redevelopment and kind of regentrification of some of those areas, which although they're good for replacing old houses with new houses, the new houses are often much more expensive than the original house, and it tends to displace families with kids. And I separated the change just this last year, just because I was mainly curious if it was really any different. And it doesn't really appear to be strikingly different than what's really been going on. And we even had a few pockets where enrollment increased this year. We look at the actual demographics of the population. It's again a very interesting story, where back in 2000 there were around 64,000 folks living in the school district, and at that time 25% of them were under the age of 14. So preschoolers and K-8 age persons living in the school district, a quarter of the population. By 2010, and mostly very sharply at the very end of that decade, 9,000 person loss in population. And of course, if you see those numbers over here in this column, the hard hits were really the working young and their kids. So most of that population drop came from the school age population of the district. And at the same time, you saw a loss down here in these cohorts, the 25 to 34 and 35 to 44 household cohorts, where we usually look for, student to come out of, also took a big hit. But what's interesting is then as the area recovered, the population that moved back in and reduced the vacancy rate back down looked much different than the population that had moved out. And so it's not an ongoing thing. It was more like a one-time shock to the system. And so we'll see that, school age population is stabilized, we think, to some extent, but at a much lower level. We're now only 17.6% of the population falls into that category that we were talking about. And then also really most recently down here, and fascinating from a demographic and numbers perspective, is that in the most recent 10-year period, if you look at the householder ages that grew, it was a bimodal distribution, where you had the young people and ASU students and young professionals who moved into that area, and then also the empty nesters and the people who were downsizing, who were attracted to the urban lifestyle features, and not nearly as many in the middle, which is where the school age population tends to come from. So, no change there was a change in housing units, obviously, but, the change in who was actually in the housing units was actually more important. Looking at one of the things we have behind us, and it's just to set a context for us so we understand where we're at, but birth rates in Arizona fell by about 19% during the recession. There was some population growth in that period, so the number of births fell by about 17%. So what I do is I carry that down forward, and you'll see a line near the bottom of the chart where it says, okay, well, when does that get to kindergarten? And granted, there's slack between 5-year-olds and 6-year-olds, and it's not perfect. But generally, we were predicting downturn in kindergarten enrollment between 2011 and 2016-17, and we got it in almost every district that I work for. And then you had this period, immediately following the recession through 2014, that recovery period we talked about, where the birth rate stabilized. And if you were strictly a student of history at that time, you would have probably predicted them to increase at least a little bit, because during economic recoveries, that's often what's happened. But the results of the recession were so large that people basically elected putting off having children. And in some ways, we lost a decade or almost a decade worth of, kid production, if you want to think about it as a production function. And that's continuing to carry with us. And what's happened is, of course, it's continued to go down. When it fell by 19.2%, that was the lowest level in Arizona history. So the fact that it's gone down by another 12.9%, and we've had population growth that offsets that, 7.1% of births. But it's a significant factor to understand that even though there's population growth, the pipeline is getting smaller, not bigger right now. We talked about the impact of charter schools, and we have these 9 listed that we know were operating last year. I haven't had the opportunity to update this for this year quite yet, but as we can see from this data, their enrollment increased slightly from 2010 through 2013-14, but the big boom has been, in that period since then. But all told, in the decade, the enrollment in charter schools increased by about 900 students. Those are just the ones located in the district. I need to point out, of course, that there's ones outside the district. But also I need to point out and admit that we don't know that those are all your kids, because they certainly aren't. And that's one of the missing pieces in the puzzle with the student information system that the state is using is we don't get that feedback loop about where kids go that we don't get. And that would be an awfully big help. But at the same time that was happening, district enrollment fell by about 1,400 students. Looking a little bit just quickly at residential development, in the last decade, there has been about 4,500 new housing units added, although as you can see, it's multifamily. Now, when I say multifamily, I'm not referring to multiple families in a housing unit. I'm referring to apartments and townhome type of projects. And the grand total for the decade of single family is that there's a loss of 130. So to the extent that that's important in student generation, it's working against us, and it's working against us even more because the types of units that have been constructed, the ones for the students and the ones for the retirees and the ones that leverage off the transit-oriented development of light rail, have not been targeted to families. There have been some that have been targeted to families, but that's not what comprises the vast majority of the units. And this kind of illustrates that in that on the left-hand map, we see where there's been housing unit additions with each dot, just representing a project or a housing unit. So an apartment and a single family home look the same on this map. And you can see that, there's been additions of single family units, certainly in the Bethune area and the Whittier area and Garfield area, a lot of redevelopment energy, some in Edison and Emerson as well. You also see leaping off the page is the demolitions that I was talking about earlier in the Herrera area, which really changed, just permanently negatively impacted the school-age population of that area. Although curiously, I noticed in the assessor's information that there are some people who are rebuilding some houses in that area, which is kind of a puzzle to me. And then the right-hand one takes those same dots, but it sizes them by how many units they represent going into the housing inventory. And here's where you see the real impact of the apartment projects and the high rises that are, basically the trademark now. And as I said, on or within a half a mile of the light rail boundary is the classic transit-oriented development impact. And we're going to see that spread towards the Capitol, and we're going to see it spread southward along Central Avenue once those projects get underway. So actually a lot of the housing that's going to be coming is going to be to service that demand, and again, not necessarily families with kids. And here's kind of a map of that development potential going forward as we know it. One of the interesting things about working in a fully established downtown area is that pretty much everything that happens is redevelopment because it was something once before. And so the question is, how fast is that happening? And there is a remaining supply of about 500 single family lots. There are those little light yellow flecks you can see in there. Again, that's assessor's information. So in the Garfield and the Bethune areas, for sure, the potential for some infill single family housing. Again, most of the projects that we have seen involve, creating housing that's much more expensive than what it replaced. And that doesn't mean it can't have kids in it, but it doesn't support especially young families. And again, as I said, the multifamily projects, which are colored there according to when we think they might happen. The red ones being underway now, and the dark blue ones being sometime down the road. But again, really focused on that light rail corridor and the downtown itself. So looking at what all that means in terms of projections, and the report goes into that development potential a lot more detail. There are 20 odd major projects included in downtown Phoenix right now. Just the ones that are under construction now are, preparing to add 4,000 units over the next 3 or 4 years, which you kind of see reflected here, where we look at where population has been, the gross counts in housing units, and what type of housing has been added, all the losses in the beginning of the decade, again in that Emerson or area, and then potential absorption of maybe half of that 500 single family going forward over the next 10 years. And then most of the multifamily units that we know about right now will probably build in the next 10 years, but there'll be more coming online as we go forward. At least to certainly expect that at this point. So behind all of this are households. And household is really just an occupied housing unit, but I'm just showing you totals here to try to get the point across of how we do our approach. But really what's happening behind the scenes is that I'm looking at that distribution of householders by age and also by tenure. And when I say tenure, that means owners versus renters. Because what we see happen, of course, is that in renter occupied areas, the turnover rates are faster and the people that move in and out look a lot the same. Whereas when you get into owner occupied areas, that turnover rate is slower and you get that impact of the population aging. So between all of those aging and ownership impacts and the sheer number of apartments that are due to come online, which have a smaller student per household ratio, we're expecting the overall per household rate, school age population rate to drop. I give it amount to about 20% or so over the next 10 years. But even some of those units generating kids basically ends up holding the school age population. And you can see even looking back over the last 10 years, I mean, school age population is down only 600 or so students, 700 students. So, it's really been the other column that's been the problem, which is the trends in enrollment. And when we said we're down to about 5,600 this year, that's obviously artificially low. We know there's going to be some kind of a bounce coming back out of that. But if there was anything any more difficult than to project than that, then I'd like to know about it. Because so we're being really conservative here with the 5665 for next year. But let's talk more about the 5589 first, because I look at it two ways. One is the overall enrollment to population ratio, because that's something I can track over time without having detailed student data vis-a-vis really about in district and out of district. So that ratio is 0.82. So if you just take 5589 divided by the school age population, you get 0.82. However, when you look at that under the hood of the 5589 and adjust that for the fact that about 2,000 of those students come from outside the district, it means that you're actually serving only about 3,600 students from inside the district, which gives you a capture rate of about 53%. So just over half of the school age population in the district currently attends a district school, which obviously isn't, exactly where we'd like to be. But as we'll talk a little bit later in the presentation, it also represents an opportunity of sorts going forward. This is just a graph that basically shows those exact same variables, where in the past we had a much closer difference between our school age population and what our enrollment was. And that green line is just the ratio between the two. Took an extra big dip this year. I think it'll pop back up some next year. But in my baseline projection, I'm following the trend that we have seen since 2014. But it's very possible that the district could do somewhat better than that. It could also do somewhat worse. So this is sort of like I said, the best trajectory, but it's not certainly the only trajectory that's possible. And we translate that into what it means in terms of enrollment. We see about a 700 or so student loss over the next 10 years, which is only twice as much as it was just this year alone, which obviously was an anomaly. But it comes on the heels of 282 the year before. So it wasn't that far out of line either. Like I said, we'll see some kind of a bounce next year. We've been very conservative here, especially, budgeting and staffing. Hopefully it'll be more than that. But as you can see, the K2 group it's going to continue to decline. And what happens is that as those articulate forward, right now you can see 1,732 in the K2 group and 2,000 in the 6-8 group. Unfortunately, unless we start having people with, older kids moving into the district, that 1,732 is going to come up forward to the 6-8 group over time, with a little bit of growth thrown in. But unfortunately, so the capture rate's not the only thing. It's also the distribution of enrollment that's kind of working against you right now. At some point, that'll come to a bottoming point as well. And that's what this chart is all about. There's way too many numbers here to really talk about. But if you go back to 2010 and think about 900 kindergartners and 588 eighth graders, and now we have 500 kindergartners and 655 eighth graders, and that's just basically a trajectory that is difficult to change. We look at the projected enrollment, of course, sub-district. We do the model based on those grids that I was showing you earlier, added up according to attendance areas first, because it's the best measurement of where enrollment changes really happen. We have this nice time series I was talking about with the 2002 data. So over to the right, and opposite to your charts, which is, I understand it's kind of an issue for somebody. Red on here means big or good, and blue means small or decreasing. So I just want to clarify that that's the color scheme that we're using here. So, and in the annual data, all it's showing is schools that are bigger than others, and if they're getting bigger or smaller. And then sort of the same thing by time period over on the right side. So, the last 17 years, a net loss of about 2,300 students, but unfortunately, it's kind of worse than that, because it was a 1,484 student increase from outside the district during that period of time. So the actual loss in students during that 17-year period would be about 3,700. So very significant population drop. And you can see Garfield, Herrera, we talked about the reasons there, Emerson, redevelopment primarily, but also aging of the population and the location of charter schools in some sort. One of the, to some extent, one of the things that we find interesting is that when people move into a neighborhood, especially when there's high turnover, the school they go to is the first one they see from their house, and they generally don't necessarily even distinguish whether it's a charter school or a district school. So that's just kind of something to keep in mind. This year, 328 in 1 year is obviously off even that pace, or it's more exaggerated, which why I think it's at least somewhat of an anomaly. And the continued loss of 700 we talked about kind of going forward. But we're getting down to where the rate of loss should probably decelerate, if nothing else, because we found that there is sort of a saturation point with charter schools. So if we can stabilize the school-age population, it's a good chance we can stabilize enrollment over time as well. This is a chart where we talk about the difference between the numbers I just showed you, which isn't how many kids are in each school, it's where they live, and that's why we have the out-of-district category. This shows you the correlation between that and where they actually go to school. And so you can see you have a tremendous amount of movement. The diagonal, the green diagonal, are the kids who live in an attendance area where they actually attend that school. And if you read it across, you get total enrollment. So with Bethune, 322 of kids from their own area, 7 plus Capital, 9 from Capital, 9 from Dunbar, etc. 62 from outside the district, gives them total attendance of 419. However, you read it down and you find out that there's 548 kids who live there. So they actually have a net loss, if you might say, of 129 students when you compare attendance area data to school data. And if you read down the first column, you'll see where they're going. And it's this amount of movement it's on the high end of what I see, but In Paradise Valley, that percentage, you're at 70.7% of the kids go to the school you'd think. In Paradise Valley, it's actually 65%. So with the new era of open enrollment, it's not particularly unusual to have that kind of movement, even with kids who are from within the district. The last thing I'll point out is there's a row of green percentages along the bottom there, 59%, 81%. So this reflects the share of students. If started off with Bethune, 322 out of 548 is 59%. So 59% of your students, not of the school age population, but of your students who attend a district school attend their school, if you will. And sometimes these can be flags, but sometimes it's just showing you the impact of a program or a transportation alternative or some things. It's not necessarily a bad thing. You just kind of want to understand why, for the most part. What's the variation coming from? But as you can see, in terms of total numbers, it's very significant. And because there's so many, 1,970 coming from outside the district, almost every school has more kids coming, in than they have from their own area. And that's kind of what this chart is trying to say. So here we look at the enrollment at each school based on how many come from their own attendance area, how many of them come from a attendance area elsewhere in the district, and then how many come from outside the district. And those are the three colors you see here. And I have another version of this where I do it by percent, and I debated including it because what stands out to me that I don't usually see is, 5 of the schools, I believe it is, less than 50% of enrollment is from their own community. And so it makes that connection, it reduces the effectiveness, I guess, of that connection when you have that level of disconnect between what enrollment is and who lives there. And it's exaggerated the most at the magnet school and at Shaw, where by far the majority of those students are coming in from outside the district. And if I had to take a wild guess, I would expect, among other things, they saw the test scores that I saw a little while ago. So people do pay attention to that stuff, unfortunately, even though as a father-in-law of a teacher, I think that test scores do a very poor job of measuring effort in a lot of ways. So when we apply that movement of students to what we see in the attendance areas, then we get actual school numbers, which is what this slide is talking about. And here, Mr. Quintana has provided us with a working number for school capacity. He can correct me, but I believe this is not a state number. This is what you believe the program capacity of the schools are, again, as footnoted under normal operating conditions, which of course this year isn't. But we see that, the current enrollment at each school as a percentage of that capacity. And we see some of them, Dunbar and Emerson and Whittier, popping out as, being very, very well below the capacity. Again, I don't dwell much on capacity numbers because the space is already there. Oftentimes we're actually more concerned about the actual absolute number. And again, Dunbar at 264, looking at 270, not looking at increases. And I'm not trying to pick on anyone's school. I'm just pointing out the low point on the map here. It raises concern not only from a fiscal, operational standpoint, but from the ability to adequately deliver an equitable program between schools when you have one school that's twice as big as another school. And there is no hard and fast rule on this, but I work for a lot of districts, and most of them have a threshold that is roughly based on having at least 3 sections at each grade level, which, depending on your student population ratios, works out to around 450 or so students. There's reasons certainly to go below that, but if you have to have a benchmark, that's at least a starting point. And there are certainly schools here that that fall below that. Again, the bright spot of all of this being that there's 3,200 kids that are out there in the community that hold potential. If we can figure out a way, if we can market a way, if we can build brighter and shinier schools, maybe fewer, but brighter and shinier, that could help. But it certainly isn't going to be magic. It isn't going to be a magic bullet by any stretch of the imagination. We're going to say that the enrollment in the district is going to continue to decline because we know we have a shrinking school age population, and we don't think charter schools are going to go away. However, I'm hoping they don't increase too much in your area. District housing inventory has been increasing like crazy, but again, doesn't mean we're going to have more students or more school age people. We will have some. There are definitely projects that have been pointed out to me that, there will be some isolated impacts, and you can see that at a couple of the schools, but that's not what we're seeing overall. And we were talking about how all the economic development and redevelopment has been a wonder to me. I've been studying this area of downtown Phoenix for over 20 years and wondered why you could have so many vacant lots and dilapidated buildings within, 3 blocks of the Bank of America Tower. We now know that doesn't have to last forever, but what it has done is it's elevated prices, it's changed who lives there, and it's unfortunately pushed out, or at least prevented new families really from moving into the district. Again, slow declines, but we know because of that potential that's out there that there is the possibility to reduce that decline, maybe even prevent that decline. None of this is written in stone. And I believe someone asked me, how effective that you've seen districts be at being able to turn it around. And I'll tell you that it can happen, but it's very, very difficult. And I guess the first step is to make sure that you're doing everything you can do to hold your own, and then work from there. But I've rambled on probably enough, and I'd be happy to take questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Brammer. I did have one question on the capturing, and I know that you kind of touched on this in the beginning of the presentation, but is there any way for us to figure out where these students are going, or is the data not collected in a way that would really give us that answer?
President Diaz, unfortunately, the data isn't collected in a way. That's what I was commenting on with the state system. That we were always hoping we'd be able to run it backwards and forwards, if you will, to try to figure out where the students are going that we're not serving. All we can really know for sure is sort of the gross number. We talked about a little bit in cabinet meeting about looking at it though below the district level. So even though it's not individual students, to some extent we can look at those grids and look at how, what the school age population is compared to the enrollment. But I was hesitating to do that right now and show that information simply because it's really only accurate at the time of the census. And we're now a decade removed from that census. And I was just afraid that I could do more harm by trying to show bad information. It's something that we may want to come back in a year, even if that's all you did in a year, is just come back and update that one piece, because then we could maybe look at particular neighborhoods, particular blocks where we're losing more students than others. It's an excellent question.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that would be really important to figure out where, like, if we could pinpoint like what blocks we're losing students, those types of details would be really helpful in the future. The other question I have was on the attendance area graph. So I've mentioned this several times throughout me being a board member. So from the one where it has like the green, the light blue, and then the dark blue, the bar graph.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. So from my understanding, what this bar graph is indicating is that there are almost no students who attend Magnet and Shaw who are within those neighborhoods, who are neighborhood kids. Is that what that graph was saying?
Did I miss it?
No, I haven't seen it. I think it's a little further to the end.
I apologize.
Oh, it's okay. That one. Yeah. So is that saying that the students who live in the Magnet neighborhood and the Shaw neighborhood, those students are not going to their school?
Well, there is no neighborhood. See, they don't have an attendance area. They have no physical boundary. So everybody has to either be light blue or dark blue.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, and actually I should have said that in the process of presenting it. That's a excellent question again.
Okay, great. And then my final question is, you mentioned that in your time, you've heard of or seen some examples of school districts that have turned it around, although those seem to be few, far in between. Do you have, and we can get this maybe at another presentation or a board update, but would you have any case studies to point us to?
Unfortunately, I only have one live one that I have had the experience. I'm not saying there's only one, but the Riverside Elementary School District and Dr. Jaime Rivera out there has done some really innovative things to try to turn around his enrollment numbers. And he's been effective. And he's been effective with his own students, and like your Magnet programs, he's been very effective. It's a STEM related program, and he's been very effective in that part of the valley at bringing in kids from outside the district too.
So it was his specialty program that retained and brought in students?
Correct. And the specialty program was aimed at a backside high school charter school, which is something that Madison does also. And someone can fill me in. I can't remember the name of the school, but there's a charter school that, it's obviously can't be directly affiliated with the district, but is a place where many K-8 students go to high school.
So so you're saying that there's a strong partnership between the neighborhood charter and the district?
Between the district and the high school charter.
I see. So, okay, that's interesting. That's an interesting thought there. Okay, well, those were all of my questions. Thank you so much for this presentation. It's very, very informative, very bleak, but I think that,
Sorry about that.
it's okay. It's the reality here. But I think that you're right. We have about 50%-ish of school-age children where there is an opportunity, and I'm looking forward to hearing what our district leaders have in mind for how we can capture them. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Rick. It was very informative. This was our third, as you know, this was our third demographic study over the last couple of years. Your presentation was different than the Morrison Institute and our partner at Yale. So we appreciate your focus. I know you've been a Phoenician for a long time. You've been doing this work in Phoenix for a long time. And so we certainly appreciate it. And you've given lots of food and fodder for thought in terms of next steps. So thank you very much. And I know Mr. Quintana has already started working on a few of those next steps.
Great. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity, and I wish you guys all the luck in the world here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rick.
I am pulling up my agenda here. My computer kind of crashed with my internet. Thank you. So we will go ahead and move on to item F2.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. This next item is going to be discussed and addressed by our Communications and Marketing Director, Linda Jeffries.
Thank you, Mr. Quintana, Dr. Diaz, members of the Governing Board, and Dr. Weeks. Tonight, we're excited to share information regarding our strategic communications and marketing plan that I presented to the board about a month ago. One of the action areas underneath the strategic marketing plan is dealing with communication. And tonight, I am pleased to introduce Tabassum Bagani. Tabassum is a regional sales representative with Peach Jar. And Mrs. Benjamin, I remember several meetings ago, you had mentioned Peach Jar as a communication method that another school district is using. And so tonight we'd like to share and provide a demonstration of what Peach Jar is, and then talk a little bit about how Peach Jar can certainly help the district in our communication efforts and connecting our schools directly with our families. So I'm going to turn it over to Tabassum. Thanks for being with us tonight.
Tabassum, Linda, members of the Governing Board, I need to let you know that Mrs. Benjamin has left the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Good evening from San Diego, our neighbors here in Phoenix. And I love that I've learned a new word today, Phoenicians. So I love that. Learned a lot tonight, been following you guys since 5 p.m. So, well, 5 p.m. my time, so 6 p.m. your time. And just wanted to give kudos out to you all, civil servants. You guys do such a great job. You're dedicated to our students, and it's just really like heartening to hear that you guys are there to support us during a very difficult time with COVID. So I've got a high schooler here too that's doing some remote learning, so I feel for you all. And just appreciate all the work that you guys do. So I'm going to share my screen. I just want to make sure that everybody sees what I see in a second here. This shouldn't take us more than 25 minutes or so. Does everybody see my presentation? Great. Are we good with that? Thumbs up? Excellent, thank you. All right, so yes, I am the Regional Sales Director with Peach Jar. I've been with Peach Jar for 8 years. Gosh, we've grown quite a bit in Phoenix. I'm gonna show you actually in the state of Arizona as well. So we're headquartered here in San Diego. Our mission here is to help, basically help unite schools and communities and parents to connect you guys to really good resources, critical resources that are out there right now. I know just from hearing tonight, for example, that you have some amazing programs going on, really good initiatives, is challenging times. And I'm sure, pre-COVID and COVID, you're probably hearing, and I don't know if this resonates from you, but, parents asking this question. Why didn't I know about this? Why didn't I hear about this? So basically our solution here at Peach Jar is to provide you a platform. It's also a service, we'll talk about that in a second, whereby parents can find information centralized, centralized information coming from your community, your schools, as well as your district as well. What we are hearing now because of COVID, and I understand having worked with Linda and presenting to your cabinet as well, that there's not a whole lot of information going home right now. We've got brick and mortar kids, we've got the virtual, we don't know where we're headed with this, but paper's just not the ideal way to get things out right now. It never has been, right? There's these inefficiencies. What we're seeing right now, however, is that a lot of good information going through Peach Jar. We kind of lifted some things that we're seeing nationally being posted. Obviously, you're doing, I'm sure, a lot of good things too with free meals, COVID testing, and just the kinds of resources that your parents really are in need for right now. Obviously you have social media, but I'm going to show you a way to get this information out right to the fingertips of your parents. and just show you exactly how it's also being in some neighboring districts as well. Here's a quick look at where we are as a company today. I like sharing this infographic because I want to share with you that as far as the two last panels are concerned, we are not just a platform, but we have dedicated departments that work with your schools, will train your school buildings to share, to show them how to share information digitally with your parents in a convenient way, as well as working with your community partners. We understand you rely on your partners, there's close partnerships there, and they're just biting at the nib to get their information out right now as well. So we will talk a little bit more about that. And our outreach now is getting close to 11 million parents, which is quite cool. Here's a quick look at where we are as well as far as in the Phoenix area and the districts that use us. I will show you shortly a live look at what Madison Elementary School District is doing, which is a nearby district. But with every peach that you see here is a school, and every school has a community partner associated. So, the nice thing is with you all being in this area here, right in the heart of Phoenix, there already are community groups that use our platform. There's a comfortability around what we do. So it's going to be a really easy transition if you do come to use PeachR. So I'm going to show you in the next couple of slides from a bird's eye view how PeachR works. And then we'll deep dive a little further into what it actually looks like from a parent standpoint as well. So what's going to happen here is I've been working with Linda. Linda's come from Alhambra Unified School District, which is a PeachR district. And with her functionality as well, she was a big part of, and she will be hopefully here. If we look at here, community partners get to use the system. They're going to be announced to. We have announcement templates that go out. And Linda's department is going to manage those approvals digitally. The way it works right now, it's a lot of maybe people showing up with stacks of paper at schools. It's emails and faxes. That won't happen anymore. They're going to create an account with PeachR. They're going to upload to the PeachR system. When they upload their requests, those requests are going to come straight to Linda and her department. Digitally, she'll be able to take action on those flyers. And then they're going to automatically get uploaded to each school website where the request was made, as well as the fact that she'll have full control over what goes out, and it'll go direct to parents' email and directly to an app if you have a third-party app. So 3 touch points. It's really important in today's day and age to make sure we're touching all our parents at different touch points where they are. As far as our schools are concerned, they will also have an opportunity. You'll be given a privilege by Linda's department at each school, depending on who that person is. It's usually an office manager. They're going to get to take their, for example, a back to school night flyer or father-daughter dance, or it's a minimum day tomorrow. They can upload that as well into a PDF format. They upload it, or again, we train them. They will upload it. It will go out to their own families on the school website. It will go out in that very same email that the district and this community news is going out on in a visual way and onto the app. So that's the workflow so far. You can definitely interject if you have any questions, but I'm just going to keep moving. So if you have a question, please I think Dr. Diaz has a question.
Yeah, just to clarify, so as a teacher, if I was leading a club, for instance, and I wanted to share a flyer with my families to promote our club, I could use this?
Absolutely, yeah. Your booster clubs, your teachers, those programs, internal programs, even your foundation are able to use PeachR in an unlimited way, definitely. We see that. And your PTA benefits the most, and I'll show you in a little bit how they do as well. Any other questions? All right, excellent. Let me show you actually, I'm going to show you live. This is Madison School District, and I'm going to show you Madison Heights Elementary School, their little website here. What they've done here, and your district's going to decide how they want to place buttons on pages. Parents are going to be able to recognize, you can see all the recognizable, district. Here's a little peach. You come in, a parent's going to know that they're going to come click on here. Here's Madison Heights Elementary's flyer board. So what you're looking at here are the most 12 recent flyers. This is live, so I haven't looked at it earlier today. There's some new things that have come here. These are either flyers that have been uploaded by a school administrator, whether it's at the district level or the school level. You can tell because it has a school icon on it, or it's been uploaded by a community organization that has been approved at Madison before it goes out, which would be this one because it doesn't have a little school icon on it. If you notice here, if we actually go in and see fall registration, on-campus sports, we can actually come in and register on the spot for this activity. So you have the ability to add up to 2 call to action buttons that we provide you. As long as there's a URL, your PTA could, for example, use it for book fair to get RSVPs back. A teacher could use it to register, kids for an event. But we could come in here, and for this group, they've got a register button. I'm assuming this goes to Community Ed's page, and this is where you're going to register for your, your activity as well. And you can also share this on social media. Your PTAs are going to love this because they can share their, their dine outs and everything on Facebook and Twitter. Linda, you can copy a link and put it out as well, in any format you want as well. So the idea here, if we go back to school flyers, is that, we're looking at visual flyers. We're able to come in and also see what the other schools are doing. So you can toggle through the other activities at the other schools. And we can also filter in by, different events that are categorized. So these are all this is kind of what it looks like. I wanted to show you the interface here. It's really great. And you can actually put things up in Spanish and English as long as you're titling. A parent's going to know the second flyers in Spanish as well. The page itself is translatable into Spanish. The event itself would have to be uploaded into your language of interest. Any questions with like the flyer board and the way that looks?
You mentioned that there's 2 functions for the flyers. One is register, and what would the other one be?
Yeah, we have up to 6 buttons. When you're actually creating a flyer and uploading a flyer, you're titling it, and you can add up to 2 buttons maximum, but there are 6 choices. So email, call, register. We actually even added a donate now button to get donations. So they're quite good. And remember, you're going to see this off of your smartphone as well. I'm going to show you the email version, which is quite similar as well. And parents can do this right off their smartphones, which is where most of our analytics are showing your parents are at. Are we good? Okay, let me get right back to where we left off. Wanted to share with you the fact that there are also flyer templates available for all the school buildings. So this is available on their dashboard. Remember, we're training them at each site. They're going to have their own dashboard. They can come in and download. We have up to 85 flyers right now. It's like a living library from pre-K through 12th grade. All of the different activities that go on in a school. It helps bring equity to your school buildings. For example, you might have a PTA, they want to run a book fair. There's 3 parents, but they can still do this. Download the book fair flyer, add your school logo, change the dates, and add a call to action button so you can get more volunteers or just know who's coming. We also will provide you with the zip file in Spanish as well, so that you can use those templates too. So those are the flyer templates. And then you're not just limited to using these flyer templates. I wanted to make sure you all understand that. You can use Canva or anything else you've created. It's just that we've pre-made these, and I see these streaming nationally all the time, so we know they're being used. Okay, on the back end, I wanted to share with you how Linda is going to be approving community flyers. This is just for community flyers, because remember, there's a privilege given at the school level, so your appointed school person can be uploading flyers, but Linda needs to take action on those community flyers. And right now, she's having to deal with paper, emails, people showing up at schools. This is quite nice because now she can digitally take action on flyers. They will make a request. There's a lot of bells and whistles and features. We won't get into everything, but I'll give you one great point. You can get your disclaimer goes in auto append and appears at the bottom of every flyer. The only thing required by Linda here is to either approve, hold, or deny the flyer. She will be able to also message her uploader. So the communication is always there with your committee person. And she'll just have to decide, do I want this to go to all 11 sites or not? And she can declick and really make a selection of like where things are going to go. And even eventually we're getting to the point where she'll be able to schedule out when these go to the parents. Any questions with the approval process so far? We also have metrics that come with the program, which is really great for Title I schools and for funding. I'll tell you why, because you're able to follow the analytics on every flyer that goes out. A lot of your existing colleagues in other districts, especially in communications departments, are using this to strategize and figure out, where is our engagement occurring? You can really get the health of a district by looking at where flyers are going, learning and strategizing when you want to send something home, and kind of experimenting with the length of your messaging as well. So this is an area our company is really growing in, and we're hoping to get, Dr. Weeks a really good dashboard soon here, where he'll be able to really track very good metrics. It's available to not just you, your principals, but also your community partners as well. Any thoughts there with the metrics? Are we good? Great. Wanted to mention here that this program is free to your district. We are running a promotion. We've been running it through the summer. We stopped it for a while. We just brought it back 2 weeks ago. We're offering this program due to COVID completely free to our districts with 10 buildings and above. So that qualifies Phoenix Elementary School District. You just need to sign up by December 31st and have a launch going by February 1st, which we're confident you guys can do. What does this mean? It means that the district is able to have unlimited flyer postings and users. These are the groups that get to use PeachR for free. And this is forever. This does not mean you pay us next year. We don't have any annual recurring fees here. It includes all our training and customer service that we do in perpetuity. So it's a really great program. We've already had a couple of districts in your state take advantage of this. And we're hoping you guys do too, because Phoenix Union High School District uses this service. So your kids that are already going to high school are seeing this program. Any thoughts with our free program?
That's amazing. I am just really impressed by the possibilities, and my brain is churning with different how we can utilize this to showcase the great things going on, reach so many people, and the fact that it's free forever, that's great.
Yes, and Dr. Diaz, absolutely. With me sitting here for 3 hours and seeing what the programs are doing, my head was turning as far as just, you could use it for ELA. We see it being used for parent counseling classes to get outreach for parents. So just imagine the programs you just have at the district level, whether it's special ed services. It's just a fantastic way to get outreach to your parents and just do storytelling, because we know how important it is, especially in the state of Arizona with charter schools and loss of students, and especially now with COVID. It's just a really great way to retain your parents, I really believe. We'd love to do some more studies on that soon, but it really is a really good visual way to do that, for sure. Wanted to share now with you as well what it looks like from your community organization's standpoint. Of course, we're free to the district, but we wanted to share how we actually exist as a company. So if we're looking at an organization on the outside, these are just those groups that are charging your parents for their programs, right? There's Little League out there, after school programs. There's normally a cost when it comes to photocopying, fuel costs, paper, copier, toner to get their word out, right? And what's happening when it gets to your school? They've got to take the paper, we've got to, get kids out of the classroom, the teachers, and you've got PTA parents trying to put this into boxes. So there's a lot of inefficiencies around this whole program. So with PeachR, we have a small posting fee for those that charge your parents for their programs. It's $25 per school, per flyer, to get the word out. It's actually per upload. I just wrote flyer just for simplicity's sake, but honestly, it's a 50 megabyte upload. So you can put a brochure up. You can put, a back-to-back flyer in Spanish and English out as well. So we also are kind of like the Chuck E. Cheese out there. We have volume discounts. If you have a group there that's going to be posting to all schools multiple times a year, they're going to take advantage of our discounts. It allows that pricing to drop anywhere from $12.50 to $25, but it never exceeds $25. And remember, it allows them to do all these great things going direct to the parent. It's a full color multi-page. It's going directly to their smartphone with the scrolling, flyers as well. So that's really cool. And I forgot to mention one thing, and sorry, Linda, I skipped over this, but when you the way this program works, it's not just on the flyer board, it's actually going direct to the parent on the smartphone. The way it works is we work with your IT department, and they securely upload parent email addresses to the system. Parents then have the opportunity to opt out if they need to, or set their preferences. So this is where your primary interaction is going to be, as you can see, kind of in this picture down here on the smartphone, parents, taking advantage of signing up. And that's why it's appealing to your community partners as well, because they know it's going direct to the parent on the smartphone, and that parents are interacting with school site information as well, and, district information too. So it's two different big touch points, including, if you have that app as well. Any thoughts with that?
Yeah, so 2 questions. So This is just the fee for community organizations that want to post with us, but it's not a fee on our parents or the district.
Absolutely, that's correct. It's just a fee that they're paying on the outside. This sustains your program nationally, actually. It allows us to be in the tiniest of districts in the corner of Arizona or California, you know what I mean, across the nation, where they may not have so many programs, but so we don't even put a condition on anyone as far as the number of flyers that have to go through. The idea here is you're partnering with us, and we're saying, let's stop this bleeding that's going on here, the inefficiencies on this side, and let's get the news where it needs to go, right to the parent. Included with your information. And the idea here is, like I said, to go direct to the parent. It is not anything that the district has to take part in as far as the fees. These are fees that happen when they're uploading and they use credits. If Linda denies anything, they get their credits back as well. So most of your organizations are quite happy to do this instead of doing, you know, this, which I personally did here in San Diego for Mad Science in San Diego for 15 years. And I can't tell you how painful this is to send paper out, end up at a school, and then find out that Friday folder's already gone out. And then you have to throw everything out and start all over again. So it's just a lot more efficient for you. And your biggest cheerleaders are going to be your teachers and your principals. Because now the only thing they need to send home in Friday folders, that math test, that thing that parent on Sunday night is going to open up and not be freaked out that there's just so much in here we have to sort through. The idea here is put your good news out on PCHAR and reserve, you know, that Friday folder for the teacher.
Perfect, thank you.
Any other thoughts with that?
I just had a couple of questions. So my main question just throughout has been how you drive parents to like begin to recognize that this is where they'll find the information they're looking for.
Great question. Yeah.
Kind of answered that with the email, but I'm curious more about like website wise, how you kind of teach families to go there.
Yeah. Well, we support that fully on our end. So when Linda gets onto a launch planning meeting with us, we're going to provide her with announcement templates for all your stakeholders in every fashion, whether it's your social media, email, to the parents and your staff, as well as your organization. So that's going to be one of the primary ways. This is not just a one-time thing. It's about a 2 to 3 week launch where you're really announcing to parents, look, our good news is going to be here. You don't need to rely on attachments in a newsletter anymore, because we need to train our principals. Like, don't do newsletters with attachments. Like, put it right out on PCHAR. Parents, you know, this happened at my school district as well here in San Diego with my kids when we did this 8 years ago. And we started at our school, and it was the first year, it's a little slow the first couple of months, but then it really picks up and parents are like, why is this not out on PCHAR? The expectation is it's going to be there. You're going to announce to them and they're going to know to find it, just like you did on Madison, where that peach is, and they're going to be told, this is where you're going to find this information. And it's not just a one-time thing. We do it on a yearly basis to make sure everyone understands this is where we find this. So we help you with those campaigns.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful.
Yes.
The question I had about email was basically, do parents get more of a roundup email, or are they getting an email every time a new flyer is put up? How does that work?
Yeah, great question. So that coordination has to take place at the school level. The way it works is, and when we discuss this, Linda, it's going to be all about coordinating when you're uploading a flyer. You kind of want to think of PCHAR as just like your Friday folder. So on a Thursday, you should have all your schools going, we're going to upload on Thursdays. Anything that needs to go out, we're going to schedule it, because there's a scheduling tool in there as well. You don't have to wait till Thursday to do anything. You could do anything even months in advance, but have it go out on Thursday so that parents within 24 hours, when it cycles through emails, that they have that by Friday. They have that email that Linda has approved on a Thursday from the community, and coordination from the school end so that it's all going out on a Thursday. That's how that works on that end. And this is not a subscription. This is something that a parent does not need to sign up for at all. Like I said, it's through your SIS system, and the only thing they need to do is opt out. That's it. Decide that they don't want it. But our opt-out rate, by the way, is less than 0.4% nationally. It's really low. Most parents want to be in the know. Any other thoughts or questions? We're almost done. Wanted to share with you the fact that we here, it's our mission here at PCHAR to support charitable organizations on the outside. So we support full and free programs and free postings to groups that have free programs with no incentive to join anything or pay into anything. So if you look at, these are examples like the vaccination clinics, and we're hoping soon our COVID clinic, coming up. And so the idea here is even your local libraries do the summer reading program, fire stations, safety and burn prevention programs. We vet the flyer, we make sure it actually is free here at PCHAR first, and then it'll come across Linda's desk for approval before it actually goes out. So that is the Free for Free program. Again, these are just these outside community groups that qualify for that as long as it's free. Also, as a bonus, we provide you the ability to communicate with your staff. You can put a staff button up onto your staff site so that you're classified employees, they're your greatest ambassadors. Why not have them also see really great information the same way your parents are? So you could put this flyer board up on your staff site, and you can also have them see this on their smartphones. It's just a matter of adding that CSV file in there with the staff group, and then you've got this ready to go to your staff as well. Any questions, thoughts?
I really like that staff component. I like the potential that it gives to our staff. I mean, I think they could use it in so many different ways and to just create a greater sense of community as well.
Yes, absolutely. That's exactly the idea. And it's not just the internal stuff, but it could be things from the outside, like your local colleges and, people who want to just upgrade themselves, or maybe there's discounts at the local like this yoga thing, something for staff. So a lot of good things out there. And that's pretty much PCHAR. These are some of the biggest reasons why we're seeing, people wanting to use PCHAR. Obviously, you're going to have that visibility, the ability to tell your story. The staff time savings is just, it's pretty amazing how that's going to even save you money in the long run, so that people not running to the photocopying machine and stuffing backpacks. So it's just a great green effort in that way as well. And just like I said, helping retain students and telling your story. So this is it. And we're hoping that, Phoenix Elementary School District joins the party here at PCHAR. You can grow with us.
I do have one last question. Could
yes,
an individual teacher use this? Can individual teachers use this just for their classroom, so they're not having parents have multiple apps?
Yeah, so we're not there yet as far as, I remember when I first joined PCHAR, I've been here from the beginning, we did have like a classroom thing, but it got a little complicated. But where we are headed, and I can promise you this in 2021, is we're gonna have grade level. So we do have grade level coming. It's probably going to be in Q1 of 2021. We just got put back a little bit because of COVID. So what it will allow you to do, for example, is if you have 6th grade camp or that 2nd grade pumpkin patch field trip kind of thing, that can go out to just the 2nd grade families within a district or within a school. So that is coming soon.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other thoughts or concerns? Just wanted to let you all know that we're going to be here every step of the way. When you do sign on, it's about 6 hours of total work, just so you get some understanding around this. It is probably one of the easiest things to implement. We're not a big mass notification system, and we're not touching, your SIS and student information. It's just a parent email address that gets uploaded securely. You get buttons up on a district website, and you make announcements and you run with it. And so we're here every step of the way to support that. And we honestly think you could even have this running up in December. Quite possibly.
Well, Tabassum, thank you so much, Dr. Diaz, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity for us to share this new communication tool that we're hoping to launch here very soon. We talk a lot about increasing parental engagement. I truly believe that PCHAR is an opportunity for us to not only increase engagement at the school levels and the district level, but also to increase our communication efforts with our parents. So we're excited to be launching this. And I'd like to thank Tabassum for joining us this evening and presenting the PCHAR model to us. So thanks for your time tonight.
Thank you. Appreciate your service, everybody. Thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you, Tabassum. Nice presentation.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Have a good evening.
Madam Chair, I need to make an announcement. We have lost our quorum. Dr. Stark has left the building. Mrs. Benjamin has signed off. Ms. Trujillo did not has not attended tonight's meeting. And so it's just you and Mrs. Olney. So with that, it's my recommendation that we stop the meeting here and that the Pathways to Success presentation, let's see, and the COVID-19 report and the contingencies report all go to the Friday board report, where we can send this information out to all board members. And then to reschedule the AFR, the action item AFR, and then the executive session for sometime early next week, contingent upon securing all board members.
So would that be, you're saying to have a special session just for those items?
Yeah, yeah, because both of those items are timely. They both have legal deadlines.
Okay, sounds good to me. Thank you. And thank you for the staff who are on here, and we're hoping to present today. And I apologize that you couldn't. Thank you for your time. And thank you for the community's time. I'm sorry that we have to end early.
So officially, we're ending the meeting due to the lack of a quorum. Does that sound about right, Lene?
Yeah, I think so. I was just trying to look at it. It says that you can just continue the meeting when you choose that new date for next week. It doesn't need to be like a special meeting. It can just be a continuation.
Right.
Other than that, I don't really know because.
Yep, and I will tell you, in 25 years in 3 different districts, I've never had this happen. So we're kind of playing it by ear. We'll check with legal tomorrow and make sure that we did it right. But as for now, I would say that the reports that we had intended to provide to the governing board, let's because they're timely too. Let's get them off to the governing board as a board update, so all board members have them. And then for the action items that are necessary, we will, as Mrs. Olney says, we will continue our meeting when we have a new date and time scheduled. So Dr. Diaz, I'll be working with you tomorrow on some options for the new date and time.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And I hope everybody has a good night. And do I just adjourn it?
Yeah, we need to get you a gavel so you can just start dropping the hammer. Right?
All right. Well, this meeting is adjourned at 9:51 p.m.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.